Good afternoon. Welcome to Astrology for Mystics. I'm your host, astrologer Jennifer Jennings. Thank y'all for hanging out this morning. This afternoon. I hope everybody had a great Halloween. Hey, y'all. Hey, April. Hey, Jeff. Hey, Cinderella and Mama. Hey, y'all. I thought today we would do something a little different. You know, I will read astrology. Right? That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna read the astrology regardless if anybody would want a reading today. But today I thought, let's do live readings. Let's do something fun. I typically do not read tarot live. I generally read tarot privately. Once upon a time, I read it live all the time, all the time. But today I thought, let's do it. Why not? Let's just do it. So that's what we're gonna do, regardless if anybody wants a reading themselves, you know, I'm just gonna do my thing regardless. I'm just gonna do it. Saturday, why not? We could start doing this every Saturday. I've got my tarot cards. I'm ready. I'm ready. Because the way that I read tarot, of course, is going to be different than other tarot readers. That's just the way I am. I'm going to read it different. I'm going to look at the tarot and read the tarot in an astrology type of way, because the tarot is based on the houses, as above, so below, as within, so without. And so that is the theme with the tarot anyway, is we can take both astrology and the tarot and we can transform. And really it's just a self-help. It doesn't replace, going to your counselor or what have you, but it is good to have some self-help in a spiritual sense, right? So that's what I thought I would do today and just do something different. See how, we can do this every week and just see who shows up. And it's very easy. It's very easy if you want to get a reading. All you have to do is put in the chat your date of birth, your place of birth, the birth time. You have to know your birth time. We can't do an astrology reading without the birth time, but I can do a tarot. And the only tarot reading that I do is a cross of truth. It's where I have 5 cards. We have a base card, the center, which is your heart center. It is, we've got challenges, we've got things that are working well for us, and then we have the outcome. And so that question that you would have, I would just simply put it in a cross form and then read it in that cross, in that manner. And like I said, I do incorporate the astrology because that's what it is. That's really what it is. Hey, Elaine. Hey, honey. Good to see you guys. Thank you so much for hanging out. So what I'm going to do until someone wants a live reading, and like I said, it's very easy. All you got to do is just follow the instructions. Very easy. For the question and answer, you just send $40 to the Jen Astro 1973, and then put in the chat the date of birth, the time of birth, and the location. And of course, your question. And then if you want a tarot reading, you do the same thing. Just send $25 to the Cash App and type in payment is sent for the tarot read. And like I said, I only do the cross of truth. So that's that. That's that. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, babe. And good to see you too, Cinderella. Good to see y'all. Good to see y'all. Appreciate y'all coming in and hanging out. And you'll get to see me live, reading somebody else live, if that were to be the fate for me today and for you today. So I'm going to share my screen. We're just going to look at the astrology today. I did upload a full moon in Taurus reading. And guys, all I can say is we have a lot. This full moon is setting the stage for a lot of intensity, lots of intensity, and we can already see it. That's why my title for the video is Oh Snap, because it's definitely about other people's money. It's about SNAP benefits, sharing, courts, lots of things going on with the law enforcement. Venus in Libra is about money and the law enforcement. And so if we're seeing busts with law enforcement, doing the trafficking back and forth, getting busted like we saw in Mississippi, Memphis, that's the name of the game right now. It's the energy that is around. And we can try to fix, manage, control it. But the only thing that we can really do is to just become better, do better. That's really the name of the game here when we're in the state of matter with fate. And fate is a real thing. I would like to think that we could fix, manage, control by, tuning in and manifesting. And it sounds so good. It sounds so beautiful. But I think that if I could manifest healing, then I would manifest healing every day. And it doesn't happen that way. It just doesn't. We have to go with the flow. And everybody that comes, like Jeff said last night, everybody that comes into your life, Jennifer, there is a purpose. Some people stay, some people go. And, that's not, it's not really what I want to hear. It's not what we want to hear, right? Sometimes we just don't want to hear that things are fated and that we can't manifest greatness. We can be as good as we can be, no doubt about it. So let me share my screen and we're going to get into the astrology. Let's look at the clock. Let's see what's happening. Let's see what's happening here. I'm going to share my entire screen. That way we can get into this astrology. Here's the clock. The clock is just a ticking away. It's just ticking. Let me see if y'all can see that yet. Yeah, you can. All right, good deal. So let me pull up my pen here. When I was talking about Venus in Libra, so basically the chart ruler is Venus. Oh, let me get it. The chart ruler is Venus. Venus rules Libra. And so the chart ruler is going to be Venus. We also have Neptune. Neptune has now dipped back in to Pisces. Neptune is also the ruler of Pisces. So we have two chart rulers. And if we see how they're aspecting each other, because they're playing a game here. Venus is not aspecting Neptune just yet. Not aspecting Neptune just yet. But Venus is, let's see what she's aspecting. Hold on. And you can see, hey, Holly. Hey, honey. Hold on. Let's go to the aspects here. Oh, why is it saying Venus to Venus? Venus to Venus point aspects. So Venus is square Jupiter. Hold on. Let me take me off. Let me take me off right now. Let me take me off. Here we go. Now, let me show better. Oh, shoot. Where'd I go? Here we go. Hope you're doing good, Holly. Hope y'all are doing good today. Y'all had a good Halloween. So if I were to take your chart, if I were to take your chart and do a reading today with your chart, I mean, of course, like I said, I can do cross of truths today for you. They're always fun. And it's crazy that, they would be spot on with what's going on, but it is what it is. So here we go. I talked about this yesterday. I talked about how there is a lot of intensity, a lot of anger, a lot of frustrations going on with the Secret Service. I can see that has to do with their values here. What is value? That second house ruler with Venus, they're in an opposition. They're actually Venus and Libra in the seventh house of relationships. Let's look at it. So it's about the Secret Service. Here's Eris, the goddess of war and strife. The problem with the Secret Service right now is the money, following the money. With the Secret Service, it's also about things of ownership, things that you hold in your possession, not just money. There is a relationship that is coming to the Secret Service. It could be about rugs, put the D in front. Could be about water, ocean, things going on with the courts, which is very interesting because I keep seeing this. And now I'm seeing Vladimir, the president of Russia. Let's look at this for just a second. Let's see what's going on with the Secret Service. Let's see what's going on with the Secret Service, y'all. Let's see what's going on. Can we tell? Can we tell what's going on for the Secret Service right now with the news? This was 4 hours ago. J.D. Vance says Secret Service agents are grateful family German Shepherd doesn't bite. Okay. I don't think, maybe so. Maybe so. Secret Service finds 17 skimming devices in tour of San Antonio businesses. I don't know. Here we go. Ukraine Secret Service reveals strikes on Russia oil infrastructure. Possibly. Secret Service recover $50,000 in stolen funds. Okay. Now we're cooking. Now we're cooking. There's things that are going on. Do you understand what I'm saying? Do you see what I'm saying when I say that the Secret Service is in transit and there are things going on? There's an opposition with Venus. Venus is about money. It's about things that we own. Do you understand? You understand what I'm talking about? And we can look at it. We can look at it with the Secret Service and we can go, okay, but y'all, there is a relationship with the courts. And that relationship with the courts is going to be made known to the Secret Service. And there's going to definitely be some disordered aggression. They're not happy. They're not happy. That is for sure. That is for sure. Hey, Jill. Hey, babe. Hey, Marie. Hey, y'all. Come on in. I'm going to do readings today if anybody wants them. The instructions are here in the description. I've got it pinned. I'm also interested in doing cross of truths for people. I only do a cross of truth. That's 25. But yeah, figured we'd do a little bit something different today instead of me just reading the chart, reading these kids' missing cases, looking at their maps. Maybe we would take a break. Maybe not. It just depends. It depends on how this life is going to go and where we go from here. But this 1717, this is definitely going to the president of Russia. You know what? This is also who else is that? Possibly Homeland. And if it's Homeland Security, if I'm thinking correctly, this Homeland Security is having an opposition right now. There's a lot of things going on. The sun is about to shine on that Secret Service relationship too. I can already tell you based on the knowledge that I have with Katie Proudfoot, the mother of missing Sebastian Rogers, that 1104, that's also with the Secret Service. This is also with the Secret Service and Katie. This is their connection. So there's things that they're learning. There are certainly things that they're going to learn. You know what? Mercury, yeah, Mercury has already opposed Mr. Proudfoot, the stepfather of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, who went missing out of Hendersonville, Tennessee, 2024. Oh, yeah. So there could be some communications with Chris. All those problems that he has, all those problems that he has, there could be some things that are going on with the Secret Service with that as well. Because tomorrow, the 2nd, November 2nd and November 3rd, there's going to be a lot of magnetism, lots of magnetism with Zeus. Zeus is magnetism, okay? This glyph, that's magnetism. The magnetic quality with the law enforcement and the justice system is going to magnetize itself to Nina and her daughter Faith. Great things are coming. That's all I can say. That's all I can say, man. Great things are coming. And I do think that there's definitely things going on with Homeland Security too right now. Let's take a look at that. Let's see what's going on with Homeland. Let's see what's that. We asked DHS if federal agents wore horror masks on raids. No. Federal officers reportedly wear horror masks to LA immigration raids. Huh. Interesting. Florida man nabbed by Homeland Security for allegedly making online threats against ICE. Okay. I can see that right there. I can definitely see that right there. And let me tell you why. Because Ceres, right here, Ceres has just given a lot of energy, lots and lots of energy to the Homeland Security. But before that, before it came over the Homeland, it came over ICE first. So it was ICE that came in with a lot of energy, a lot of warring energy. And then Homeland Security. And now we see what that is. So, first, like I said, that energy came over ICE first and then came over Homeland Security. So, this Joseph dude, he was arrested by the Department of Homeland Security for allegedly posting death threats against ICE officers as threats surged 8,000%. And it's only going to be more intense. That full moon and Taurus reading that I just did, wow. Wow, I could have made it 30 minutes long. But when I say that there is intensity that's coming for the state of Tennessee and the U.S. Marshals, that's exactly what I'm talking about. It's going to only become more and more intense. And look, you're taking away people's SNAP benefits. You're taking away, and some people, I know some people, I don't even know what the percentage would be. But of course, some people are going to be fraudulent. But then there's a lot of people too that need that. They're going through hardships and they need it to feed their family, to feed their kids. And when you take stuff like that away, you take food off the table, people get upset. People are going to be upset, y'all. So this is very interesting because again, I can read a chart and I can show you. I can show you why and what is going on. Like last night or yesterday when I was reading, I saw Tennessee and Idaho. Tennessee and Idaho share a degree and it's a 1055. And so yesterday when this 1055 was in transit in Leo, we were all talking, or well, most creators that deal with missing cases were talking about Michael Monkey Vaughn because Idaho has a 1055 in Leo. The state of Tennessee has a 1055 in Pisces. So we were learning things. We were learning things. Selena is a teacher. We were learning things about a child. Idaho was showing up. Do you understand what I'm saying? So these degrees literally matter in the state of matter. And when I see these degrees coming over, this one is the FBI, that 2144 that just passed, that's the FBI. And it's the outer wheel. There is communications, there's conflict with communications in the FBI at home right now. And it actually just passed. Oh my God. We are rising with Pisces. So we could be rising with endings, charity, nirvana, things of the past, things of the past. In the tarot, what is Pisces? Pisces in the tarot is the hangman. It represents the 8, 9, and 10 of cups. It's a feminine water mutable sign. It's about things of the past. Things of the past go right here. When you were in your mother's womb, I'm going to read your mother and you right here. Your connection with you and your mom is going to be right there in the 12th house. The cups also rule Cancer. I'm a Pisces too, Holly. Sometimes we just don't see things the way that sometimes our perception is just, we're just too caring at times. We're just too caring. We give so much of ourselves away. We really do. To a fault. To a fault, Holly. I'm a Pisces, but my sun shines here in the 11th house, in the house of groups. But I rise with Gemini. So I'm rising with a lot of conflict, a lot of things going on with my dad because I have Saturn in my first house of Gemini. There's a lot of conflict with my thinking, the way that I communicate, because I rise in Gemini. So I have to think. Some people are like, why do you pause at times when you're talking? Because I really need to think. I really need to think. I've gotten better with my communications, but this Piscean house right here, this is where when your mother conceived you, this house begins before you're ever even born. When you're born and the doctor calls out the birth time, this is where you're rising. This is where you're rising. That sign is about your life path. It's really about who you are, how you're showing up in the world. And so even though I'm a Pisces, I'm showing up in the world with Gemini because I rise in Gemini. Gemini is In the tarot, the major arcana would be the magician. It would represent the 8, 9, and 10 of swords. It represents the air element. It's masculine, mutable. So we're all over the place with our chitter chatter. Yeah, I mean, sometimes you just need to sleep. Sometimes that Pisces energy just needs to sleep, recharge, listen to some spiritual stuff, listen to, and just sometimes we just need to go within. We really do. We need to go within and, maybe we just need to seclude ourselves, seclude ourselves. I tell you what, something else too that's about to be taking place is this Mercury. It hasn't made it there yet, but that Mercury is about to come to the moon of the Secret Service, and the things that they are working on, the things that they have been reflecting on in Sag are going to be made known in the media. There's more things that are going on with the Secret Service today than what I just saw. What I've just read to you, Hey, Deanna. Hey, babe. Good to see ya. Good to see you, Deanna. I thought today, I would do a little something different, Deanna. I thought maybe I would just, if anybody wanted a reading, whether it be tarot, whether it be astrology, I've given instruction to do so, And every week I'm just going to come on maybe every Saturday at 3. I'll just come on and do a reading. Whether it be an astrology reading for the day or if somebody wanted to, do it live, it's fun. It's something different, something different. I also can tell you that this weight of home is with the United States of America. Their seventh house of partnerships and relationships with the states themselves. There's a weight. There's a weight over the wisdom. And that's why I put in my full moon Taurus reading today, that video, because that 1540 that goes to the United States, it goes to their Poseidon in a Cancer in their seventh house. And so their seventh house is about relationships, it's about partnerships, it's about home, it's about family, it's about this collective weight that is over the home, the homeland. And it is opposing the desires for structure and responsibility with the governing bodies. This shutdown is causing major problems. It's not just causing major problems, though, with our monetary, with the SNAP benefits, with the food banks. It's not just about that, y'all. It's about the FAA. What is happening right now is we have Mercury, Juno, the flame of life, Vesta, but then we have the rest of the day. Well, for the next 4 hours, 5 hours. Let's see when she's going to go. Let's look at that. Because Astria is critical right now. It's critical with our skies. Let me just tell you. If there is an accident today, it's going to be bad. Let's see. In the skies. Oh yeah, let's see, when she goes into Capricorn, she's going to go into Capricorn beginning. Okay. So let's look at this. Let's look at this because she's critical. Okay. She's critical. And this is about the courts. It's about the airlines. We're taking flight. It's about, Sag is a quick movement of energy. So it's not just about the skies, but it's also about anything that's going to go quick that could be set on fire. We could be looking at train, a plane, any type of vehicle, any type of movement, even things that are going in the air like fireballs, comets, air defense, missiles. You know what I'm saying? But this is we're at a critical state until the morning time. Once she moves into Capricorn, we're going to see a different energy from her. But until then, we could definitely see. So I want to look at the FAA. I definitely want to look at the FAA with this. Let me look. Hold on. Um, Let me duel it out with the FAA because this is, let me see if I've got 'em up. I do. I do. I do. I do. Hold on. Let's look at this. Let's duel it out. And this is at it as it's, we got a 24-hour, well, almost a 24-hour period, 12-hour period of critical. So let me look at this real quick. And I do see Venus at a 24-21. Yeah. So we could be seeing something. We could definitely be seeing something. Look at that. Mercury is at a 29-56. And we know that Astria is going to make contact. There's a divine justice. So it could be something to do with the courts. Mars will have already went over. Mars at a 28-29 at this point in time is already going to make contact with the 8th house, Gemini, Vulcanus. So I'm reading this real quick. Let's see. Let's see what is happening here. I mean, we know that the FAA is having major problems with the shutdown, right? This continuous shutdown. Excuse me. This shutdown is creating people to not bring home a paycheck. Hey, Kendra. Hey, honey. Good to see you, babe. Y'all say hi to Kendra. I love this girl. Hey, baby. How you doing? How you doing, Kendra? I'm doing live readings today. It's the first time that I've ever done it on YouTube, doing live reading. And I'm reading for people. If you wanna read, Kendra, I'm doing question and answer with astrology, or I'm doing a cross of truth. So let me know if you're interested in, and even if you're not, hang out, girl. Hang out for a minute. But thank you so much for coming in here and saying hi. So what's going to happen is also Venus at a 24-21 in Libra, she is going to come and she's going to sit on their north lunar node of fate, major fate. And it's with contracts, with things of the past, with the contracts of things of the past, the justice system. And y'all, people are going home without a paycheck. There are towers, the watchtowers that are not even being watched. Like people that are flying right now. I mean, I'm just wondering, shouldn't we be signing a waiver here? Like, shouldn't people be signing a waiver to even fly right now? It makes me wonder. It's very suspect why it is that we would have planes going up in the air and the towers being empty, nobody watching it. I've never heard anything like it. I've never seen anything like it. But I don't know what to say about it. So I'm definitely seeing that there's definitely going to be connections being made over the next 24 hours, and I do think that it's going to have to do with the critical sky. And, we could even see things going on with religion, with immigration, because this Sag energy is also about foreign entities, colleges, even. I mean, we could even think of a college. The ninth house of Sag, where Sag rules this ninth house. Well, it's all about colleges, grandparents. It could be a grandparent, you know? That's where you get your higher learning. That's where you go high in the sky, higher learning. So we definitely have a lot that we could consider that would be taking place today. A lot to consider. As far as states go, I mean, I do see that we could be looking at Indiana. I'm trying to wrap my head around this 642 with the physician. I can't remember, but it seems important. I'm sure it'll come to me. Seems important. JD supposedly told his wife he wants her to be a Christian. I thought that was a strange thing to be in the news in the first place. Well, yeah, why are they pushing that? Why are they pushing that? That's kind of strange. No, it's not kind of strange. It's very strange. Definitely very strange. We can see that Vulcanus up here, lots of attention on children, lots of emotions with schools, and a lot of attention on certain publicity. Anyone that has this 506 is definitely feeling it. Definitely feeling it, especially by tomorrow. Especially by tomorrow, because there's a breakup. There's going to be a breakup tomorrow with these communications, because not only will Vulcanus remain at this station of a 506, but Admetos in Gemini is coming down in degree. It's in retrograde, coming down to that 506. And at the same time, tomorrow, Mercury is going to come into that 506. So there's definitely things that are going on. And now I'm wondering, does that have to do with JD Vance? Who has the 506? Who has it? Because over the next 24 hours, whoever has it is going to be pretty intense. Let's look at it. Hold on. Let's look at that, because I saw that yesterday and I thought, whoa, what's going to be happening? What is happening? Jesus. Let's look. Let's look. Hold on. Days. So this 506, I'm pretty sure, I thought it was the Mercury. Let me see. Thought it was Mercury. Maybe not. Let's see. Maybe it is. No, maybe it is. Hold on. So this is going to be on the 4th of November. But check this out. This is wild to me. It's right before. Okay, this is going to be, there's something going to happen here. Look at that. Mars is critical. I got to find who this is, who this is going to connect to. Yeah, Mars is critical. So check this out. So Mercury is going to be at a 506. Mercury is going to oppose Admetos. Look at, oh shoot, I didn't draw that good, did I? This is going to be an opposition. Mercury is it's going to be in its opposing sign. Mercury rules Gemini. But Mercury is going to oppose Admetos, and man, it's going to oppose Sedna. It's going to oppose Uranus. All the while, Mars is also opposing And Mars is at a critical degree. Oh my gosh. It's going to be big. Big, 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 big. Did I say it's going to be big? Because it's going to be big. Mark it on your calendar. This is definitely with the Secret Service. Oh, yeah. They're going to get shaken up. Hey, look at the Secret Service. Hold on. This is going to be with somebody else. Hold on. Let me see. Let me see the Secret Service. Make sure that they don't have that 506 either. And I'll have to look at ICE. I'll have to look at the U.S. Marshal. I don't know what's going on here, but something's going on. Could be the Marshals. I don't know. See, this is that Uranus at a 0008 is going to be making contact with the Justice. What are we watching here? It's okay, his eyes. I am doing live readings today. So if anybody is interested in doing a reading with me today, you can submit your $40 payment to my Cash App. I've got it pinned up here with the instructions. It says for an astrology question and answer, send the $40 to Jen Astro, put in the chat your date of birth, your place of birth, put your question in there. And if you wanted a cross of truth, you can also do that. A cross of truth is 5 cards. It's 25 bucks and I can do a live reading. So I thought it would be fun, something different. But if nobody wants to take advantage of that, that's fine. I'm still going to read. I'm still going to read. And I'm going to do this every week. I'm going to start doing this every week. So even if you can't this week, maybe you want to next week. Just never know. Never know what we might come across. Some good stuff though. The full moon in Taurus is just so intense. This full moon that is taking place on November 5th is so intense. And what we're going to see is we're going to see a lot of intensity over the next several days before we even get to the full moon. Okay. Before we even get to it, we're feeling it already. It's already an orb. We're feeling it. Even though the moon is going to cross the threshold of Aries before it ever makes its way into Taurus, that Taurus full moon, the moon is going to be, this is this is the brightest full moon of the year. The full moon is going to be taking place at a 1322. It's going to oppose the sun at a 1322. And there's going to be, the moon is going to be coming over the leadership with the Secret Service and Mama Socks because they share this degree. So the full moon is setting a stage of a lot of intensity when it comes to money, possessions, our values, things that we own, other people's money, investigations, things that are hidden. We have to go beneath the surface. Have to go beneath the surface. And the sun shining in Scorpio. We're shining a light on ponds, on trash, on things that are murky. And so we have to keep that in mind when we're talking about cases as well, right? Because it matters. It does matter where the sun is in transit. It just does. It just does. So the other thing that I see that is going to be taking place, like I said, today we're going to see Mercury hit that moon and we're going to see that in the media because Mercury is about the media. They are going to give a statement, a press release, a media release. And that'll be in 4 or 5 hours. So I do see the Secret Service is definitely showing up as soon as I stop it. The sun is shining on the United States. The United States rises at a 1221. This is about the courts, I think. Things of the past court dealings. I wish I knew who has that 506. This will be Tuesday morning, though. When we wake up Tuesday morning, that's what it's gonna be about, but I don't see a 506 in their chart. Let me look at ICE. Let me see if the immigration and customs, let's see if they've got the 506. And they don't. Uh, there's gonna be things that we learn, though, that goes against them, but that's not coming just yet. Who is it? Who is it that would have that? Let's look at, it's Tuesday morning. Do I need to look at JD Vance? I mean, what do I need to look at here? Let me look at the let me look at the markets here. Let me look at the market. My computer's doing this since I added my I don't have a, let's see, New York. Oh my God, stop. Let me see, stock. I'm gonna have to look at SEC stock, New York stock. Let's look at the New York stock. Let's look at the New York stock and see. And it could be, you know what, God, it could have something to do with, huh? No, I don't think so. I guess I'm gonna have to pull up JD Vance and make sure it's not something silly like that. I don't think it would be though. No, hold on. Make sure it's not with the FAA. I'm gonna make sure if there's a breakup, there's a breakup coming, and it's gonna be intense. There's gonna be a major opposition. Y'all give me ideas. Who could this be? Who could this be? Let's, I don't think I have Vance's birth time. I don't think that he ever gave his birth time. Or maybe he did. Hold on. I got an 8:11 AM, so that could be Ohio. Hmm. Oh, let's see. Let's see what's crack-a-lacking right here. Well, we definitely see, okay, so we definitely see that the stuff about Vance is definitely coming. Yeah, where he's been before. His roots. His roots. Let's see. But that's not it. That's not it. No go. That's a no go. It's definitely gonna have to do, and I bet it's right in front of my face too. Right in front of my face. Immigration. The United States. And we're reflecting with health. Who is this? Let's look up the USA. Let's check this out. I didn't think it was them. No. I mean, it's definitely going to involve the United States, but this isn't it. This is not it. It'd be with the Secret Service, the justice, the courts. Hell, I might as well look at the marshals because I know that things are going to be getting very, very intense with them. It's going to get really intense. 2943. Let's see. Let's see. It could be about healthcare. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Who is that? Kennedy, or Gates? Would it be Gates? Bill Gates? Could be about healthcare. Let's look at this. Let's look at this because I don't know right now. Trying to figure it out. And I got 3 times for him. Okay, so that's his natal. Let's look at him because something's up. Something is up with the healthcare, with the health. Something. It could be Kennedy, could be him. No, Bill Gates. I mean, damn. Please don't come back. Please don't come back. Thanks, but no thanks. We know you're hurting. We know you're hurting, buddy, but no. Just leave us alone. Yeah, I think that it could be. There's something, y'all. Look at this. I can't even believe it. Look at that. So Zeus is a 2528 on the 4th, but on the 5th, and it's already opposing him. Look at that. He's got a 2529. It's where he lets go. He's letting go. What's he letting go of? Well, he's letting go of his image with the healthcare system because this is about prisons and hospitals. And of course, with him, it's about hospitals. I mean, I can't make it up. Zeus is going to oppose him at home. So Zeus is already sitting here in his 4th house of home. But but Zeus is going to be opposing him full-fledged. And so I'm just wondering if some of some of the contracts that he had, some of the things that was going on in his times past, there could be things that are going to come out about that. Oh, this I can only hope. I can only hope. And let me tell you something. His lunar nodes of fate are 1928. Okay, when Sebastian went missing, Uranus was in Taurus at a 1928. The state of Tennessee has a 1928, and it's about the letting go of the healthcare system, the drugs, um, it's other things. But the United States, the United States of America has a 1928. And guess what it is? It's the dark moon in Virgo. We have a disordered aggression with you, dude. It will not go away. It's not going to go away. We have a disordered aggression. We have a darkness when it comes to Bill Gates, the Gates Foundation, and trying to fix, manage, control our genome and our health and yuck. No, we don't want you. So the sun is shining on things of the past. This is interesting. So Venus is already, all of this is in an opposition with him, with his public image. And there is something begins and ends at home, meaning his public image and the healthcare and the contracts are major challenges throughout his whole life. Major challenges. And Venus will come over that Neptune eventually. but he doesn't have the 506. I was hoping that he did. He doesn't. Dang it. Dang it, dang it. But he don't. But the sun is definitely going to shine on him with kids. I'm just wondering, and the way that he creates with other people's money, I'm just wondering if it's that close. Let's see if he's in the news. Let's see if it's already, if we can already tell what the hell is going on. Well, this was 2 days ago. Bill Gates pivot on climate change escalates debate with scientists. Holy moly. Yep. He's trying to do something different, isn't he? Now he's trying to do something different. Bill Gates calls for climate fight to shift focus. Dude, nobody wants you around. Trump reacts to Bill Gates' U-turn on climate change. Again, okay, so ahead of the climate change summit. Oh, let's oh my gosh, this dude. Like, really? Why isn't it showing me a thingy? No, I mean, who my gosh. Just go away. Just go away. So do I need to pull Microsoft? Like, what do I need to do? Let's see. In a post on Truth Central dated October 30th, Trump wrote, I or we just won the war on climate change hoax. Bill Gates has finally admitted that he was completely wrong on the issue. It took courage to do so, and for that, we are grateful. Oh my gosh. Bill Gates made the remarks in a lengthy memo this week saying climate change will not lead to humanity's demise. So this is where he is shifting. You see what I'm talking about? A shift in stance many observers viewed as a departure from the 70-year-old's earlier tone. See, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. So now he's talking about the climate, right? He's talking about the climate. Why is he talking about the climate? Because you know what? He is changing courses. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. I mean, that's what it's about. That's what it's about. However, there's somebody, there is the media here, and I've got to see who it would be. Who it would be that is going to, it's not Trump. I don't think Trump has the 506. Who would it be? Who would it be? Who would it be? Who would it be? Who would that be? I think that this is what we're coming into though, Trump. He really is. I mean, he really is, y'all. The man has done a lot of damage. People have believed what he has said and has quote unquote trusted the science. The science is always changing. So one day you're going to trust the science, the next day it's going to change, and then you're going to change to trust that science. It's ever changing. It's always going to change. The constant in this world is change. I'm not buying it. Anything that this dude is selling, anything. And Trump, if we look at Trump, Trump does have a justice. Okay. Trump does have a justice. He may just get pissed off and say, you know what, we need to do something about this dude. We need to just do something about this dude. Look. So where he communicates, where the media communicates with him, where he is communicating with the media, that 1634 in Libra is also where Donald Trump, his 1634 in Libra is with the justice and the values with the justice, with contracts and our health. You see what I'm saying? So they're definitely connecting. He's connecting, Trump is connecting with justice and the things that he would say. And I don't know that it wouldn't be out of the question for this dude to have to face the piper. But I'm still not seeing that 506. Like, I wanna see who it belongs to. So the summit, when is the summit? The climate change, hold on. Who would the climate change? Let me see, hold on. Let me see if I've got a climate. Let me see what I got on climate. Because you just never know what's in my database. You just never know. Things that I've studied, things that I've looked at, agencies. Nope, I don't have anything with climate. Let me make sure. Climate, one more time. No, no. Okay, I don't. Let's do a summit. Oh, I've got summits here. What's going on? Maybe it's not Poland. Let me look. Hold on. Climate Summit 2025. Okay, United Nations. So that's who we really need to look at. Well, this Climate Summit 2025, United Nations, this event will focus on prior. Okay, so that was September. Okay, we've already seen that. And then the UN Climate Change Conference. Okay. All right. Now we're cooking. Now we're cooking. Okay. So, yeah, we need to look at the nations, United Nations. Need to look at the United Nations with it. Because I'm telling you, it's going to happen. It's going to happen. Welcome to the Watchers, Holly. Welcome, darling. I've got a guy that's supposed to be creating me a song for when people join the Watchers. Creating me a song. I want to do something different. Let's look at the United Nations chart. But welcome, babe. Thank you so much for becoming a member. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate you. As a matter of fact, I wonder if I can get, I know that I have a way to give memberships. I'm thinking that I have to do it. I don't know how. I don't know how to do it, but I'm going to figure it out. Okay. So it could be somebody from the summit. It could be somebody completely different, though. But look, we know that I've created the chart for the United Nations, and maybe, just maybe, we're looking at a 7 a.m. because I don't know. I'm not going to change it just yet. I'm going to leave it and see, but it definitely could be about the summit, climate change. Who else is big on climate? It could be somebody from the media. It could be somebody from the media. I don't have Greta's chart, her birth time, so I can't really, unless it's a collective glyph that I'm looking at, but no, 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 no. So we have a 507, we have a 504. Well, shit, let's look at Kennedy. I don't think Kennedy would be in on the climate, but who knows? Who else is a climate person? Who else am I missing? Who am I not thinking about? John Fitzgerald Kennedy. Am I looking at Robert Kennedy? I'm looking at Junior. Robert Kennedy Jr. Right? Is that what I'm looking at? looking for? I haven't heard Schwab's name in a while with his scary ass. Yeah, me either. Me either. Kennedy Jr. No, it's not gonna be him. Not gonna be him. I'm just like, who has that degree? Like, who in the hell has that degree? And look, he definitely goes with the Secret Service. So not only is the Secret Service in transit with all these 2501s, but so is Junior. Interesting. They share that. They share that. It's with values, with money, values and money. So he's going to be showing up, but that's not the one. That's not the person. It's not the person I'm looking for. Do we need to look at Sleepy Joe? Do we need to look at Biden? I'm just wondering. Let's look at Biden. I may just not find it. I mean, it just may not. Who else was it? Who else was it? What was that doctor with Bill Gates during the Rona? Who was that? Who was that guy? Y'all remember? Not the Schwab dude, but the other, what was his name? What was his name, Jeff? What was his name? That was pushing the jab. That doctor, who is he? What was his name? Because I may have his chart. Okay, so Joe Biden rises with the moon. Joe Biden rises with the moon of the Secret Service. That's coming into transit. Fauci, hell yeah. Y'all, okay, so we're going to hear about Biden. There's going to be something with the Secret Service and Biden, the things of the past, that is coming. And look at that. There's a justice with the lunar nodes of fate with Gates. Lunar node of fate. You know what? They all need to go down. They all need to go down. And I hope that is what is coming. Because the lunar nodes are coming. The South node is coming right there with you, Joe Biden. And I think that he needs to get it like he's giving it. Get it, dude. Jupiter is coming to make a Jupiter return for Joe Biden. Yes, 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 yes. I like this. I like this a lot. Please, God, let this happen. Please. Please. Let's look at Fauci. Let me see. Yeah, that's coming, y'all. Mark it on your calendar. It's going to show. Let's see. Fauci. Let's see if I've got him. God, I hate it when it does that. So I've got a bunch of Anthony Fauci's. Yeah, I must not have his birth time, which sucks. Let me see if anybody has gotten that birth time since the last time that I checked. Anthony Fauci birth chart. Let's see. I may not have his birth time. There he is. Time unknown. Yeah. Yeah, time unknown. I'm sure it is unknown. Jesus. Okay, so that's fine. Let's look at it anyway. Let's look at it anyway. If the 506 belongs to him, of course, I'm not going to see it unless there is some type of, and there's not, unless there was some type of glyph that's going to show like this 355. That's already been opposed. He's already been opposed. Ceres has already come over that degree as well. Lots of energy, a lot of warring. Can't stand it. And I bet you anything he does match the Secret Service with that Chiron. So let's just go ahead and get him matching him just so we can see it regardless if it's the birth time or not. We can just pretend that he's got major problems with the Secret Service. Let's see. He would have to connect. Let's go ahead and get him right there so he can connect to his buddy Gates. Let's go ahead and get that to his buddy Gates too, that 648. Let's just say that he was born in the afternoon, a little bit after 4 o'clock. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Let's go ahead and get that to a 648. And then we're going to stop it because I think that this is a good time for him to be born. Yeah, let's just go ahead and have you rising with the Secret Service too. And have his values connected to the United States of America's Chiron because your values suck, dude. How about that? 4:16 p.m. So that's what time he's born. Connections, y'all, connections. I love to see these connections, you know? Oh, Hillbilly Express, you're so sweet. Thank you, honey. I appreciate you. I really do. Thank you so much. Good to see you. Good to see you, women's warrior. Hope you're doing good today too. Thank you so much for being here, guys. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We don't have a lot of drama on the channel. We don't have a lot of craziness. We just have a lot of good stuff. Okay, look, Anthony Fauci is connected, certainly is connected to not just the Secret Service, but he is definitely connected to the Homeland Security. He's definitely connected to other countries that I can see. And you know what? Maybe his Venus, maybe that Venus, maybe that Venus is a 506. If Fauci comes in to the press and there's a bunch of shit going down with Fauci, then we know that it's his Venus that's a 506. We know it's him. It could be. I mean, we just never know. Kathy, thank you so much for listening. Even if you are in the bushes, thank you so much, sweetheart. Good to see you. Thank you, Hillbilly Express. I'm going to start doing this every week where I'm just reading a chart with just what I'm seeing. But I also want to give my followers an opportunity. Some people may not can afford a full on reading, but if we go live each week on Saturday and do, across the Truth Tarot or, a question and answer with the astrology with your chart, I think that that would be fun. So that's what I've started doing today. And I don't expect people to jump on it just yet. I think people need to watch me for a minute while I do live readings and show and also show while I'm reading live just to show like this is good stuff. And the way I read is definitely different. So if we look at this 506, that's coming in the next hour. So he would still be born between 4 and 4:30, 5:30. He would still match the marshals. I mean, the Secret Service. He would still connect to the Homeland Security, and he would also now connect to this energy that's coming up. That's going to be a major opposition. Major opposition. And Mercury coming here. Mercury's going to come here anyway. to his Venus. No matter what time he's born, he's got his Venus is in Sag. So it don't matter. It's coming. Major shifts are coming. So the climate people, who is the climate people that you can think of? Besides, the United Nations, who's big with the climate? I don't have Greta. I know she's big with the climate too, but who else? What about Mandela? Mandela's son, right? I think I've got, oh my gosh. I don't have Nelson Mandela's son. I mean, he's dead, but not his son, but he is. Like, I thought that I had his son. And since I've swapped computers and I've switched over, ah, hold up. I think it could be, we could be looking at his son or Greta. I mean, Jupiter is right there at his sun degree, but that's not, I mean, let's see if I've got Greta. But yeah, since I switched computers, and put my old files here, this is what it does. File error, file error, file error. And then when I go to save a chart and I go back to it, it's not there. So I'm having issues as always. I'm always going to have issues with, let's see. I'm also always going to have issues with networking, and it's just the name of the game because I've got Uranus in the fifth house. So Uranus is always going to shake me up with the way that I create. It's just, that's the way it is. I don't see her no matter, I don't know what time she's born, so it would be hard to say. It could be a state. It could be shit. It could be, let's look at what's her face. Because this may not be a climate thing. We may, because I am seeing Secret Service with this. Al Gore, George Soros. Okay, maybe Gore. Let's see if I've got Al's. See if I've got shit. Ben Gore, Al Gore. Open. Let's look at Al Gore. Hey, Sandy. Happy Saturday to you too. I do. I do, Sandy. My readings today, the live readings, I can either do a cross of truth or I can do an astrology reading for you. If it's an astrology reading, you'll have to know your birth time. And if you don't know your birth time and you want me to read your son instead, then we would need to know his birth time. And all the instructions, here we go. I have put, yeah, I have. It's still pinned. So I put the instructions here in chat and I pinned it. So if you want to take advantage of that right now, go for it. I'll switch up what I'm doing. So this is what I'm looking at with Al Gore. And this is his birth time. There's no other birth time. He is definitely matching the state of Tennessee here. That 1055 that was in transit yesterday, this is where he shines. Interesting. That 1055, let's look at Al Gore right now. Let's look at shit. Let's just look at the news right now. Al Gore, let's see. Is he in the news? Because his son has just been, let's see, 1 week ago, 1 month ago. Nope, 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 nope. No. 5 days ago. Environmental activist. No, I'm not seeing any news right now. That was a week ago. We all have a role to play. Fuel facilities. Okay, let's look. Let's look. What else can we see? Because Selena in Leo, she's just made contact. There's something that he just learned, and he is going to be taking action about it. Let me see if Pluto, where's Pluto at right now? Let's see, where's Pluto? Pluto is at a 127, so it was just a couple of days ago. Yeah. Let's look at this. Hold on. I guess everybody is basically just getting on board, right? Everybody is getting on board with the climate. And we know that the climate, well, we know that Joe Biden and the Secret Service are about to hook up. They're about to hook up. I wonder why. Let's look. Hold on. Let's see. I'm all excited over here. What's going on with Joe Biden? Kamala Harris shocks Jon Stewart with claim that Biden. Oh, this could be it. Jon Stewart would claim that Biden was competent. Opens up about complicated relationship with Biden, including when he greatly disappointed her. Well, well. Well, well. It's the auto pen. The auto pen, maybe? Jon Stewart birth chart. Let me see it. Just in case I don't have it. I wonder if he's got his. Because it could be him. It's got that 506. No time of birth. Well, god dang. Dang it, dang it. Well, dang. I've got Kamala, so let's look at her. Let's look at Kamala. This is great. This is great. This is great. This is great. So here we are. I mean, now we are at that 311, and there's going to be a relationship that is, and it's really about the relationship with the Secret Service. Look, the Secret Service, let me just tell you what I'm reading right now. The Secret Service they know about Sleepy Joe. And look, I don't like any politician. So if I'm making fun of one of them and they're dear to your heart, please don't get mad at me. I don't like any of them. I think they're all liars. I think that they are all liars. But y'all, there's something about medication with him. Because there's a relationship with the Secret Service with Joe Biden right here. And it's gonna okay, so this is what I'm seeing, y'all. I'm not just seeing Joe Biden. So what's gonna happen is Joe Biden and the Secret Service are in transit together. There's a lot of irritation and anger with the Secret Service about what they know about the medications that he was on, that Joe Biden was on. But I'm also seeing that there's things that the Secret Service are understanding about too with Russia, with Vladimir. I can see that. All right, so let me look at Kamala's. Let's look at Kamala's. I'm going to stop it one more time. Yep, there's the Secret Service there and there on the outer wheel. That's so cool to see it. I love it when the clock is ticking away and I can just see different people showing up. What's happening right now? So the 506, still looking for it. And if like I said, I want to try to do this every week. I don't know what day. What day would y'all think that I should do live readings? Friday nights, Saturday nights, Saturday, Sundays. What do you think? What do you think? I don't know when everybody is on, when people would be able to or at the time. Let's look at Kamala. Oh, Cammy Cam. It's cool to see how they all connect to the Secret Service. Each one of the presidents and the presidents, they have a connection to the Secret Service. It's pretty wild. Yeah. So right now we can see that Pluto in the 11th house of groups, it's critical with authority in Capricorn. That 127 is making contact with Kamala. That means that there's a lot of transformation that has taken place for the future with Kamala. And that 349 that also goes to Homeland Security that I was telling you about, we've just seen a lot of energy with it. We've just seen a lot of energy with Kamala Harris, and she's talking about things of the past, her values, the things that she values. This is where the full moon is. Well, actually, the full moon is coming right there into her 11th house of groups. And then the full moon is going to come here and expand that Jupiter, the laws, the law, the pen, right? The automatic pen. Interesting. Very, very interesting indeed. Interesting. She's highly connected. She's highly connected to the energy that just went over. So that is about the health. And then of course the media. Mercury rules the media, right? So that's exactly what we can see here. And I do the same thing with your chart. Only you're going to have to tell me and give me the feedback, right? I can't Google to find the answer. So there it is. Oh, there it is. Holy shit. Yay, we found it. We found it. There it is. There it is. It's Kamala. It's Kamala. Who's in here? Who's in here? It's her. It's her. It's her. It's her. Let's look at it. Let's look at it. I found it. I found it. So Kamala, when this energy comes over her with the media, there's going to be a breakup. There's a breakup with communications, okay? And it's going to come with a lot of energy. Lots of energy. Look at that. So what I'm seeing here is that Mercury, the media, at a 506 in Sag, is going to oppose relationships and their values. At least two people, because we're looking at Gemini. We could be looking at the mental health, the mind of Joe Biden. And the things that Kamala Harris is going to deliver. Hey, Ann, good to see you, babe. I found it. There it is. Jeff, you see it? 506. It's with series. We're going to be able to see this. And the sun, like I said, the sun is shining on the way that the United States rises. They rise in Sag. They descend in Gemini. Mercury is not in a good position here because Mercury is in its opposing sign. It's in its detriment in Sag. There is going to be a relationship because Juno is a relationship. She is sitting at a 1039 during this time. She is going to come over first. She is going to come over this 1034 first. She's going to make contact. It's not in Sag. So it's not going to be as intense as it could be, but y'all, there's going to be somebody that's going to come and they are going to anger her. They're going to be upset with her. They're not happy with her. And there's like this breakup of communications, or she is not going to be happy with them. Whatever relationship that is coming, it hasn't got here yet. Would it maybe show when I might see them again, or at least how they are, so as sun and take time like 3:07 PM? Sandy, what I have done with the children that I have lost is this. So, let me show you something. This is how I do it. If I am wanting so I'm not sure if you are wanting something, Sandy, like confirmation of if they're I mean, obviously, I would say that your loved one, your son or your grandson, okay, your son and grandson. Are your son and grandson hold on. Let me Hey, April, good to see you, babe. I found it though. So this is gonna be November 4th. Let me show you what I do, Sandy. I'll come back to this. Let me show you what I do. I oh my God, what in the coming? What do I have him under? Oh my gosh. Maybe it's just under Joshua. Of course, I got tons of Joshuas. There it is. I've got Joshua called me. I've got all kinds of events that are saved, and I've looked at them because when I first started using the tool of astrology for healing, I would do this. It's called a Horay chart, and that's why I like to dual charts out, and I'll do this. So I will dual it out, and I'm going to place Josh. Josh passed away from leukemia. You don't know where he and his you don't know where he and his are. You don't know where his I'm not understanding, babe. I'm not understanding, Sandy. So this is what I do. I take a chart. I'm seeing things. Hold on. On November 4th, there's things that are happening with his friend group. So what yeah, so let me hold on. Huh, I'm getting sidetracked here looking at his chart. So this is what I do. I take a Horay chart and I want to know, I want to talk to Josh. Okay. I want to see what Josh is doing right now. And so I take it and then I dual it out. So I have Josh over here. He died in 1999 from leukemia. And here are the transits right now. And so what I'm going to do is I'm just basically going to see. I mean, I was just looking at a chart where this was in transit and this was in transit. So it's something about his friend group, one of his friends. Even though Josh isn't with me right, per se, he is still, his energy is still around. And so I can see that there's things coming to this 11th house, which is his friend group. It's his hopes and wishes and dreams for the future. That's coming on. There's something happening on November 4th. Oh, it's some, no, 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 no. That wouldn't, his uncle, his birthday is on the 3rd. But anyway, I'm just going to read it here and see. You can tell that he rises in Gemini at a 29 degree. He descends in Sag at a 2941 degree. My moon in Cancer in the third house of communications gets transformed by a 2941 degree. So my moon is a 2941. I'm always reflecting with Josh. I'm always reflecting our bond, our love, right? And so if I were to be really sad, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to pull the chart and I'm going to expect that these transits right here are going to show up. And I'm going to understand, like the moon, the North Node and the moon right here, all in Pisces. That North Node at a 15 degree, the moon at a 19 degree is right here. It's with his public image. His public image is about endings. It's about the hospital. It's about the things of the past. I'm looking. A lot of my cases, because the reason why I started doing what I do today is because of Josh. It's rooted in the pain that I have with watching him pass away. He's my stepson, but I treated him as my own. He called me Ma. He was a sweetheart. We fished a lot together. We spent a lot of time together. And it's still hard. It's still difficult to even talk about him. And a lot of the cases that I deal with, he connects to. The first case that I deal with that I mapped, I noticed that she matched him with his Vesta. I noticed that Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers connects to Josh with the relationship here. I notice a lot of connections with Josh with his chart and the cases that I work on, you know. But there is something here. There's definitely something here when that's coming that I just saw on the 4th, which is kind of tripping me out. And Mars is actually coming to that 2806 is coming to his 6th house of health, his everyday. It's where there's information that's going to come in, a lot of disordered aggression. Leads are coming in, and information is coming in with him. And I'm just wondering what is going on here. What is going on with his friend group? So I'm going to have to reach out to his friends and see what's up. And that's the only way that I'm going to know. You know, it's the only way. Mercury at a 311. Obviously, Mercury is probably at a 312 now. And we are communicating to the group because astrology, Aquarius, Uranus, you know, that's what we're doing. That's what the tool that I'm using right now. And so Mercury is right here, and we are communicating in a different type of way. Josh and I are communicating in a different type of way. And you have a son that's passed away too? Or you're just telling Anne about Sandy? I'm sorry. I'm just now looking at the chat. So that's what I'm showing you guys is that we're just, this is how I would read it. I know that there's things coming to the friend group. to the hopes and the wishes and the dreams of the future for Josh. And I know that Mercury is making contact here, even though Mercury is at a 3 degree and Mercury is sitting here. Mercury is actually making contact with his Mars. There's a lot of action with Mars. It's about the body too, and we're communicating. He and I are communicating right now through the tool of astrology with groups, and that is y'all. You understand what I'm saying? That is how we read astrology when it comes to our loved ones. If something were to happen, if something were to happen and I'm thinking, that was Josh. Like Josh has just come to me. Okay. The phone rang and it was Josh. Like you saw that I do have a time where Josh called. He called me. Oh my gosh, I hate it when it does that. So I've got Joshua called me, and he called me when? Let's look at that. Joshua called me, the transits. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me pull him up with when he called me. And let's see. Joshua. Josh died on March 2nd. On March 3rd at 1:10:34 a.m., I stopped the clock. I looked at it because I had gotten a phone call. Well, actually, the phone call showed up on the at that time, that was a long time ago. But at that time, that's when we had answer machines. We had answer machines. And the phone didn't ring. I was online with my brother, who I never talked to. My brother and I have grown up separately. We do not talk. But for the moment, after Josh's passing, my brother reached out to me and we were online talking. We were on, what was it, AOL or whatever it is that, you could chat back and forth back in the day. I don't know if y'all remember that. Some of y'all might be younger, but y'all that are older, you know what I'm talking about. So he calls, right? I get this. I'm talking to my brother and I'm talking about the pain. I'm crying. And then the answer machine, the phone doesn't ring, but the answer machine picks up and it was static. It was all static. And I said, oh my gosh, the phone didn't ring, but the answer machine has just come on. I wonder if that's Josh trying to talk to me. I could cry talking about it right now. And my brother said, if you believe that that is Josh, so it is. Your intuition, Jen, is the forgotten sense. If you think that that is Josh, then it's Josh. And so I've looked at this before. I've looked at it. It's been a long time since I've looked at this call, but I've learned a lot since this day, since this time period. I mean, I wasn't using astrology at this time, but you can bet your butt when I got my software, I wanted to see it. I wanted to see what this experience looked like. And I pulled out my notes of the things that I have noticed because I would wake up at the same time. After he passed away, I woke up at 3:33 in the morning all the time. It wasn't 3:31, it wasn't 3:32, it wasn't 3:30, it was 3:33, and I would get so mad. And I would complain that there is something more, there's something deeper that has taken place in my life. And rather than waking me up at the same exact time, can you just talk to me and tell me why you're waking me up at this time? I was just so irritated because I never could understand. But then later on in life, I did understand while I was waking up at that time, all the time. So with this event, when he called me, the vertex, of course, coming into a degree with my moon. My moon is at 2941. And my moon is 2941 in Cancer. So it is about my brother. It is about communications. And it is about Josh. It was about Josh. And there was a lot of things that were taking place during this period of time when me and my brother were talking. So not only was the moon, my moon right there having an intense experience because that's what the vertex does if you can capture it on the clock. But it was also making contact with his rising sign. And what does he rise with? Communications. It's critical that he communicate with me on my life path because I rise in Gemini. So if I rise in Gemini and he is on my life path where he rises with me with communications. And it's a beautiful thing. It really is. It's a beautiful thing. And you can see your connections with your kids. Anybody that has kids, you can see your connections with your kids. As an astrologer, I don't want to see my children. Like, I don't want to see their chart because I'm going to unnecessarily worry. I can even take this chart when he calls me and when he called me and do a Hooray chart, and be like, hey, remember when I called? Joshua called me, the transit's right now, I can do a Hooray chart like that too. And I can see that the group, the wake up call, isn't finding it. You may not find that this is a credible way, but it is. It definitely is a credible way to look at our loved ones, to look at their charts, especially if you think that something is happening. If you think that something is happening with you and your loved one, they passed away, it's a good thing because astrology is like psychology. Hey, Kimberly. Hey, babe. Do I suggest any reading materials on astrology? The only astrology book you'll ever need. I like that book. The only astrology book you'll ever need. I do like that book. I think that it's a great tool. But if you ever really wanted to learn astrology, you could also get a big whiteboard, a dry erase board and make you a circle, put the houses in there and make you a board that you can look at and you can reflect on and you can understand looking at this board. Put it in your office, put it in your bed, wherever it is that you would have room for a big old whiteboard. That's what I did. I just got me a big I had me 2, I still have the 2 whiteboards, but I would take a big whiteboard and I would write on it. And then my other whiteboard, I had or just listen to me. You can just listen in on the chats and look at this. I mean, you're going to learn. You're going to learn all kinds of different ways to read a chart. We could even do it like this. So I could show you this way. Let me take off some of these points where you're not so bombarded. Let me show you this. I'm gonna take. Well, I was gonna take. I don't want to show me. Um, let's do Joshua on the bottom, And Joshua called me. So this is a buy wheel. You don't see me doing a buy wheel a whole lot because I used to do buy wheels a lot. But now I like to duel them out and I will go back and forth. If I'm looking at a case, I'll go back and forth and I'll show this. So when he called me, so what I'm going to show you is Josh's natal is right here. His natal is the inner way. His chart is the inner wheel. And then when he called me, it's the outer wheel. Okay. So this call is on the outer wheel. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, okay, so he calls, the call rises here. It's on my life path. Okay. When the call comes in, there is a reigniting of a flame with the child, but it's the values are at home. We're at home, and I was at home. I was at home. And there was a fate that was taking place. Here is the third house of communications, and it's with a child. His child, the child is Leo. And he's drawn attention on, because Leo is also attention, he's drawn attention on the communications, and it's about his health. He's bringing attention to himself with this phone call, and we are reflecting health, Virgo, and the moon is coming across a relationship with him because this is his inner wheel, this relationship. There's a relationship here, and the moon is coming over this relationship at home. And who is this relationship at home? And let me just tell you, this same night, whoo, y'all, this same night, my mother had a visit from him. When I woke up and started telling my mom I had some things to tell her, she said, "Oh, I've got some things to tell you too." She went first. I was flabbergasted. I still am. I mean, I'm just like, whoa. But she had a visit from him. She said that he was hovering over her bed, and he looked like he was just levitating. It was wild. So here's the fifth house of kids and creativity, and there's Mars. It's about the body. Where's the body? Mars is about a body. Mars is about a vehicle, right? But the body, the justice, the balance of children, and the unknown. We've got to go deep. We got to go deep underneath the surface with the death, right? And then the sixth house of health, the everyday. This is a Virgo house, and this is an everyday house. Chiron, Juno, and Pluto. And they were here the day before as well. And I'm reading it in another way now because, well, he was sharing pain. There's pain that's being shared because that's what Chiron is. It's about the blood. It's about the blood. And what is the blood? It was the leukemia. But during the phone call, this communication is with a relationship. There's a relationship here. It's transforming. It's about death, rebirth, regeneration. There's something that we are learning here. And Neptune, we want to dissolve Neptune, right? So Neptune is transiting. Neptune has already come over his Mars. But Neptune is wanting to dissolve the future. And in the future, here we are, and I'm reading this. My Saturn is a 1425 degrees, so I'm having limits and obstacles with communications. with the higher learning, with the future, with astrology, because I'm not studying astrology just yet, but I was definitely studying the esoteric. I've been studying the esoteric wisdom for since I was 17. So Josh died when I was 25. Or no, was that 26? 25. It could have been 26. Anyway, I'd been studying the esoteric for a long time. So that's where we are having problems because I'm having problems with the communications. What is the communications that shook me up there? It was the answer machine, right? It was the answer machine. And the sun is shining. It was shining on Josh. It was shining on his image. And we are communicating with a lot of action. And Jupiter was expanding the wake up call with his love because the future was cut. The future was cut. And there is a divine justice with a lot of energy going to that Gemini energy with me and Josh during that phone call. So that's how I would read a phone call or anything of that nature with your loved one. That's how I would do it. There's other ways of doing it, like dueling it out, like I just did as well. So I hope that answers your question, how I would read that, how I would read your loved one. Because if you want me to read your loved one and you come to me during a live and I do that whole chart, you can bet that the universe is showing up, that the fate is going to be there. It just is. It just will. It is intriguing, Cinderella. It definitely is. And I understand there is there are definitely going to be times where I do free readings, free question and answer during these lives. The problem is you'll just have to come in every time when I'm doing these type of readings because nobody chose today for a live reading. And I would say that people are probably reluctant to for me to read them live. Like, what is she gonna say? But I can promise you that I wouldn't. I would take anything private. If I saw anything, I would take it to a private setting or say, let's talk after. And I would say that that's probably why. But just, keep coming in. And you would have to know your son. You would have to know Joshua's birth time. You would have to know your birth time. And so if you don't have that, get that. Get a copy of the birth certificate. With the long form birth certificate will have your time. The long form has the birth time. Definitely. So be sure and check into that. I've been on live for quite a while now, for 2 hours. And if nobody is wanting to take advantage of a question and answer, because my readings are 120. It's a 2-hour reading for 120. But if you wanted to do the question and answer or even a $25 card pull, now's the time to do it. Otherwise, I'm going to close this session down and we'll try it again next week. We'll definitely try to do it next week. And just, keep doing it each week and we'll see. We'll have some fun because it's going to be a lot of fun. I'm telling you, it'll be a lot of fun. And I mean, even if you wanted me to read you and just say, hey, I don't have a question, just what do you see right now? What can you tell me right now? Like that's fun too. Or you can do it privately. You know, my stand store is linked in all the descriptions of my videos. It's in my about section, so you can feel free to do that. You're terrible at figuring out how to pay. Can some help me? Oh, you wanted a tarot reading. Oh, oh, honey. So if you look at my pinned message, if you have Cash App, just go to your Cash App and type in the $ Jen Astro 1973 and put in $25 and then press send. That's all you got to do. And then you can do the cross of truth. Or if you wanted me to, I could request it from you. I just don't know what your Cash App is, so it would be hard for me to do that. But my Cash App is linked right here with a pin. I've pinned it. Let me see if I can link the actual link. Or could you do it, Jeff or April or Kimberly? Anybody, any mod that's in here. Let me see. Well, let's see if I can help you with it, babe. Let's see. Where's my Cash App? Let's see. Copy. All right, here you go, babe. Try this. Here's the link to the Cash App. Okay, here you go. Now, here you go, babe. There's the link. You've been trying, you pay with Google Pay. Oh, okay. So if you want to pay with the Google Pay and you want to just if you want to just, okay, it's fine, babe. I got it. I got it, April. There's the Cash App. If you don't have Cash App and you want to just use the YouTube, that's fine too. They just take a lot of percentage out of it. That's the only thing with the Google Pay. But you can certainly do that as well. However you need to do it, babe. Just let me know. Let me know. It's okay, April. I think I've got it. And I'm gonna let me see if I can pin this now. That's the Cash App. I've got it pinned for anybody that wants to use the Cash App. And again, I guess you can just do the pay at the bottom of the chat. Let me see if I can do it from here. Hold on. Let me go through here. I'm gonna go to my YouTube. Let's see. I would love to read your cross of truth. I think it's a lot of fun. If we just get into doing some readings, it's just fun. Lots and lots of fun. Let's see. Go to my studio here. Because I know that I can hand out memberships too. And I don't know how to do that. Let's see. I'll have to figure that out. because if anybody wanted to join the channel, the water bears, the level 3, they get each month, they get a cross of truth. It comes with the membership. There's the membership link as well. I don't know if they would do it with the phone. But Jill, you can just use the cash symbol by the chat box and just use what just do the Google Pay. That's fine. I'll be doing a private one this week. Sounds good, Holly. Sounds good, honey. That's going to be a lot of fun. I'm telling you, it's a lot of fun. The 2-hour read it's very intense. It's very intense. Yeah, I should ask BHB. Good to see you, Seth. Good to see you, buddy. I'm hoping that you're feeling better today. Yours is under my mod and chat filter. Yeah, because I mean, I know that I can gift. I know that I can gift memberships. I just don't know how to do it just yet. And it's like you got so many that you can gift. I'm like, well, shit. How can I do that? Gift membership settings. I don't know how to do it. Dang, dang. Yes, you can do. How do I do that, Krista? Do you know? How do I do that? How do I do it? Because I would love to be able to do that. Even if they're not, they don't want to keep doing it. I mean, I think it's fun. You might have that. Just ask YouTube to show you a video on a burner phone, maybe. Oh, okay. All right. How to gift memberships on YouTube. From your channel. Just membership gifting. What? I don't get it. Jesus. I mean, there's nothing simple. There's just not going to be nothing simple, right? I'm asking about my channel from your own channel. I know how to gift it to other people's channels. I know we be on YouTube and can't work it. God dang it. Jesus. Betty, Betty, where are you? Where you at, Betty? Okay, to give memberships from your own channel, go to one of your live streams. I'm in it. Click the currency symbol. I did that. I did it. Membership gifting. Okay. I mean, it just pulls up my own. What the? It just pulls up my own membership. It just put, oh my God. No, this is wrong. Yeah, I suck too. I suck too, Jilly. It doesn't matter. We just in order to do the Google Pay, you just have to on the chat, instead of chatting, you've got a smiley face next to it, and then you have a dollar sign next to it. And you hit the dollar sign and just do a super chat. You would just have to do a super chat for 25 bucks. It's going to take probably 55% of it, but that's okay. Or you could do a super sticker, whatever. Yeah. Laughing my ass off too. Check the wording of your question, girl. I put in how to gift memberships on YouTube from your own channel. And it says to go into my live stream. Well, I've done that. Click on the dollar sign. I did that. Select membership gifting. I did that. Choose. It doesn't give me a choose the number of gifts. My gosh. Let me go into, let me see. Let me look at this short. Seth just sent me a short. How to give out 10 free memberships each month. Okay. It doesn't have membership gifting for me though. That's the problem. That's the problem. I wonder why. I wonder why. It doesn't have that option. And I haven't gifted out 10 members on your phone. I sent it to your phone and Jeff's phone. Okay. Yeah, definitely not listening to Chat GPT. Chat GPT is a lost cause. What's going on? The videos. Oh, hold on. What the hell? This video is playing in picture in picture. What the hell did I just do now? Oh, y'all aren't seeing that. Okay, good. Video is playing picture in picture. I don't even know what that means. Okay, let's not do that then. Let's not do that. I mean, if there needs to be classes. We need classes. Yeah, see, Seth, I don't have, like, when I click on the membership, it doesn't have membership gifting there on my phone. Settings, maybe? I don't know. For some reason, it's not giving me that option. Let's see. Let's see. Hold on. Let's see. Gift. Engage with your audience. Oh, I've got to do it for my dang PC. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous that I would have to do that. Ah, that's redonkulous. Well, guess what? Either way, I did it. Either way, I did it. So there y'all go. Thank you for becoming a member. Oh my gosh. There it is. Kitty, Paige, Lisa, Seth, Cinderella. You know what I'm saying? Let's just, it's wonderful. 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 Let's just try it again. Let's just try it again. There you go, Margaret. Krista, True Crime Junkie, Hope Floats, Mandy. Yes, 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 yes. Got y'all in. You're in like Flynn. I love it. It's crazy that I can't do it from my phone though. Crazy that I can't do it from my phone. I know, Kelly. You need one too, don't you? Dang it. Dang it. I have no more to gift right now. I have no more to gift, babe. Dang it. So, we can do all kinds of things from the PC, but dang it. It would not do that at all from my phone. That's weird. I don't like that. That stinks. I don't like it. Yeah. So I'm glad that y'all are a member now. Yay. Thank you for subscribing, Kelly. You're a sweetheart. Next month, I got you though. I got you. I got you, girl. I can't believe it took me that long to figure it out. That long. Oh well. We got it done. We got her done. Thank you, sweetheart. Yay. Yay, yay, yay. Margaret, no, we can't do that. We can't switch, but you're a sweetheart. Thank you. You're a sweetheart. That was so sweet. You can have hers, but you can't. Jilly, babe, you just did $50, babe. It was 25. It was 25. Oh my gosh, Jill. Did you mean to do that, baby? Did you mean to do that, babe? Well, okay. Okay. Well, let's have some fun. Jeez. Well, thank you, babe. Thank you so much. Let's chat. Exactly. Let's do it to it. So you want a cross of truth, right? You want a cross of truth. I've never done the cards on my PC like this before. I mean, I used to a long time ago on Facebook. I used to go live all the time on Facebook and read cards, but it's been a while. Okay. It's been a while since I've done this. So I might be a little, dusty. Oh, honey, I'm so sorry to hear that. I'm so sorry to hear that. Okay, Jilly, we got you, girl. And thank you, Krista. Yeah, I appreciate that. Okay, I'm going to turn my camera back on. I'm going to turn my camera back on. It's okay, Jilly. We won't do the birth. The I mean, I can look at your chart if you wanted me to without the birth time, but it's not going to be as accurate. I can look at some of the glyphs, some of the behaviors that's going on that's collective. It won't be so personal, it'll be more of a collective type of reading. But I am going to show you guys. Let's see if I can get my computer. Let's see if I can do this. All right, hold on. Exit solo. Hold on. Here we go. Okay. Oh, this is going to be fun. And like I said, I'm a little, I'm a little under the, it's been a long time since I've read cards. That one's wanting to come out. I would usually let that one come out, but I'm not going to right now. I want to give you a full cross of truth. Here we go. It's been a while. I can't even hardly shuffle the cards. And when I'm feeling it, I'm going to pull it. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a cross. So that's your base card. That's your heart center. That's the outcome. This is what's working for you. These are the challenges. So I'm going to separate them a little bit. We got the page. Youthful. Pages are youthful. This is the Page of Cups. Cups are, when I think about the cups, I think of emotion, a party. The Page of Cups, it looks like to me he's going to a party and he's very youthful. And so, what I would say for you right now is that there is a playfulness. That's your basis card right now. There's a playfulness about you. And again, the page, they are youthful messengers. And so I feel like that this message that can come to you right now is, like I said, I kept saying, I want to have some fun. I want to have some fun. And that's what I feel like we are right now, that we're having some fun. It's beautiful entertainment, but it can also be a very spiritual message that can come out of this. So I'm going to now pull the heart center. This is where your heart is. Pentacles. Whoa. We have the Two of Pentacles. They're juggling money. We're juggling money. And I feel like that's kind of what you were doing. We're juggling that money, trying to figure out how to make it work from one to the other. And so the Two of Pentacles, I would say it would represent Venus, and this full moon that is coming up is magnified because of this November beautiful super full moon in Taurus. Pentacles are Taurus, right? It's the Taurus. It's feminine, it's earth, it's fixed. I see that the ship is sailing in the back. The ship is sailing, and we have a dolphin. The dolphin is also being playful. The Two of Pentacles would represent not just Venus, but it would also represent, I want to say, it's going to, I'm looking at my board and I want to say it's representing Capricorn. I can't see it from here, but I would say that the Two of Pentacles is going to be more of a Capricorn energy. It's about work, juggling tasks maybe at work. I don't know what you would do for what you do for a living, but it could have to do with work. It could have to do with anything Capricorn, anything with authority. But Pentacles is definitely about money. And that's where your heart center is. And that's where you're sharing and caring right now with this live reading is all about. This would be, I'm going to wait on the outcome because I want to see what your challenge is, what's working for you, what your challenges are, right? So we've got the Ace of Swords, beginning with communications. Swords are Gemini. This is a Gemini energy. There could be some conflict. There could be some conflict here. It's going to depend on what this card is going to convey. But there could be some type of conflict. Again, I'm trying to read the cards, not read the astrology with it. But I'm just wondering if there's any type of conflict. You know, Capricorn could be about your dad. It could be about not just your work, but your dad. Not sure if your dad is still alive. But the Ace of Swords, you know, the aces and the ones are all about beginnings. All about beginnings. So there is something new here. There is something on the horizon. Gemini is communications. It could be about siblings. It could be about your childhood home. I mean, not home, but friends. The intellect, what you're thinking about, what you are communicating. Excuse me. The communications with Gemini, I would say, is back and forth, back and forth. So I don't know if we are going back and forth. And it's making me feel like the Pentacles, too. The Pentacles were juggling. The Ace of Swords, there's something new. And like I said, it's been a long time since I've read these cards. I want to say that there was something else that I'm missing about this ace. I mean, obviously, aces are trump. They're going to trump, right? There's something with conflict. There's something with communications here. I'll come back to that. Let's look at this one. The Six of Cups. It looks like they're celebrating. It looks like they're celebrating. We see a little cat peeking out. We got kids. These kids, they've got 6 cups and they're putting flowers. They're putting flowers into the cups. And we've got a little bunny The little bunny that's here in the middle too. There's like a gathering. There's a gathering. So is there, hold on, let me think. What do we have coming up? We do have the holidays coming up. So you'll have to tell me whether you want to tell me in chat or in private because I'm seeing that there is a party. It's party time at Jill's. Party time at Jill's. Going back and forth with money. The conflict with the Ace of Swords and the communications. And this could be a future read with the plans that are coming up, the plans that you have. So maybe it is a party at Jill's. I don't know what you're doing for the holidays, but let's see the outcome. The Nine of Wands. Okay. Whatever conflict is going to be going on or that is going on, it could have to do with money, kids, grandkids, parties, plans, the communications. There's something going on with the communications here. The outcome with the Nine of Wands, we can see that he's got 8 wands behind him. He's holding one. It looks like that he is in sorrow, but he's not seeing what is behind him, you know? It's something that you're not seeing clearly. That's what I'm thinking with reading the cards. There's something that we're not seeing here. And wands, this is a Sag energy. Would somebody be flying in? Would you be flying somewhere during the holidays? Is something, yeah, thank you. Is somebody going to be flying in? That card is me right now. But you're not seeing what's behind you. So it's almost like you're weeping over something that is really not even here. It isn't, you know, he's not seeing the greatness that everything that is behind him. Oh, I need to plug up my computer. It looks like, no, my computer's plugged up right there. Thank you. It could be that somebody is coming in. There's something about communication. So we've got this outcome. And the challenges would be with the communications. And it could be somebody new that you're talking to. Somebody new that you would be talking to could be, I don't know, we got the youthful card, right? There's this messenger. We got the money that's shuffling around, which that is definitely what just happened. Trying to shuffle money around, right? Trying to shuffle things around. And we've got the Six of Cups that's showing a lot of, we're seeing more youth here. They're playful. I'm feeling like there's a celebration here. The Ace of Swords is that communications. It's got me stumped here. Let me look at my book because I feel like I'm missing something with the Ace of Swords. And like I said, it's been a long time. And I've got to get my where's it at? Ace, ace, ace. Where are you at? There's a new beginning here. That's all I know. A new beginning with communications. Where's the swords? Here we are. Okay, it says, all right, so I'm going to show you this card again. Party at Jill's house. Well, what are you doing for the holidays, Jill? What are you doing? Do you have kids? Do you have a job? That's what we need to be talking about. So the Ace of Swords, again, we've got a backdrop. There's stormy. It's stormy. But there is new beginnings here with a lot of power, a lot of inner power. And it's about victory within your own actions, but it's not just about your own actions. Gemini is a mutable energy. So we're not seeing a lot of cardinal energy with this, a lot of action with this. So I don't understand the action behind it. But the ace is a trump card. Ace and ones are going to be something new. I mean, maybe we will have a Zoom party. Who knows? Who knows? But this one has got, this is where, I mean, yeah, it could be, but I don't know who normally comes to your house. It is this where we're going, or do you go somewhere else? Is the party at your house? Do you cook? Okay, so if it's separated, okay, so what about work? What do you do for work? So you do have it at your house. Okay. Do you have kids? Do you have grandkids? Okay, so you do cook. Okay. So you'll have to fill me in on how this Thanksgiving dinner is going to go, because this full moon, you're a nurse. Okay. Uh, there we go. Now we're cooking with some gas. What kind of nurse are you? What kind of nurse are you? This could have to do with today, with your heart center, with the juggling of money. So I'm not going to really say that this card would be about the future. I'm thinking that this is because we just saw it. We just saw you shuffling money. And that's exactly what your heart center was doing. You were reaching out, trying to shuffle the money around. Okay, so I can see that one. And I can see where you would want to have fun right now. So is it this reading? Is that today? Or is this also going to come in the future, right? We have, well, we have these two. We've got a helper card. Yeah, okay, so you're always juggling money. That's where your heart center is. You're juggling. But I foresee that there is somebody, there's somebody new. There's somebody new that you're talking to or that you're going to talk to. Because swords, I mean, for me, huh, I'm looking at my board over here. The swords has got to be the Gemini. Okay. Oh, look, well, the Ace of Swords, it's definitely air. Let me look, see if I can see it on my board. It could be with Libra. I'm thinking of ex-husband keeps calling. Okay. Maybe that's it. How long have you been divorced, if you don't mind me asking? Yeah, don't answer the call, girl. Don't answer. Because look, we've got these two. So we've got kids, we got grandkids, we got communications, and it's stormy. This one's stormy, this one's playful, right? The things that I see right here, though, is instead of no matter what is going on, no matter what is going on in your life, think about everything that is still standing, everything that you have to be grateful for. Because I feel like that this Nine of Wands, let me see if I've got the Nine of Wands over there. That's a Sag energy too. This is a lot of fire here. We got the air, we got the earth, we got the cups. You've got a mixture here of the elements, right? You've got all different types of elements showing up, but the outcome here, it's almost as if he is mourning something that is lost, but look at all the greatness that would be behind him. I mean, we've got a really sad backdrop here. It's almost like we can rest with the courts. Did you recently? 20 years ago? Oh my God. And he is still calling you all the time? Just separated from present husband. Oh, yeah. Well, then there we go. There we go, girl. Holy moly. Yeah. So we're looking at, when I think about the Nine of Wands, we're almost to a completion. We're not there yet, but we're almost. And the Nine of Wands is, for me, is Sag. What does Sag represent? It represents a higher learning, courts. That could be the courts, with the almost X and is going to be X. So I don't know. Let me read this one. Let me read this one in the book and see what it says, because I remember he's distraught. He's distraught, and I just want him to look behind him and look at all the ones that are still standing. It's okay, buddy. That's what I want to tell him. It's okay. It's going to be all right. You've been through some rough shit, but you're going to come out of it. You're coming out of it, because the nine is almost that completion, right? Where is it? Where's the wands? There we are. Nine of wands. Yeah, a man dressed for battle. Too much. No, no, girl. It says a man dressed for battle guards 8 wands. The ninth he holds before him in readiness to fight, to defend, to protect what he's worked hard for. And when the nine of wands presents itself, it tends to show you that you feel as if all your energy has been spent. And that's the way he looks, like he's just worn the hell out, like he's done, tired. This should be Seth's card. That's the way, that's the way that this man is presenting himself. And although you may feel like giving up, this message of the nine of wands is bringing a lot of success your way. It's going to require inner strength to keep on pushing forward. It's not a time to stop. You got to keep on going. You've come too far now. And you want to gather all your reserves for the final push. So this is the key word for this card, I believe, would be perseverance. To persevere, because perseverance is the key, right? Courage and determination is how we get to that triumphant moment. I like that. I like that. Been single for 18 years now, trying to tell the universe to send me a Jeff. Girl, I don't think there's any more Jeffs out there. Oh my gosh. I don't. But Jilly, if you want to, you can send me over your birth details without the time, and I'll see what I can tell if you want me to, or if you want to try to get your birth time from the Department of Human Services. I mean, you work at a hospital. All you got to do is go to, if you just go to the Department of Human Services, pay $15 for your long form birth certificate. Once you pay for that long form birth certificate, then they give you your long form birth certificate with the birth time. The short the short form birth certificate is 10. It's $10. It doesn't have your birth time on it. The $15 one does. It's the long form, and it'll come with your birth time. You'll be married 48 years, the 3rd of December. Wow, Kelly. Wow. Tell us the secret. Tell us the secret. What's the secret? What is the secret, girl? Tell us. I was single for, I don't know, 4 years before I got with Jeff. And even when I got with Jeff, I still, it's not that I want to be single. It's just that I want my time 10/18/62. Okay. All right. Hold on. Let me pull it up. Oh, let me remove this. Tampa, Florida. Okay. All right. Hold on. Let's look. Let me look at, let me look at it. Yeah. Tell us what your secret is, Kelly. Please let us know. 62. I'm 73. I was born in 73. I feel you. Jeff was born in 69. Were you born in 69 or 70? Huh? Okay, 69. Okay, hold on. Let me pull it up. Jilly B. And we've got October 18th. Oh, just had a birthday. Happy belated birthday, babe. October 18th. My cousin was born that day, the 18th. My mom's birthday was the 21st. Let's see. I'm just going to do 12 p.m. default for you and Tampa, Florida. This is going to be fun. I can see. Let's look at it. Let's look at it. Let's look at it. Let's see if I can figure out your birth time. That would be fun. Let me see if I can figure out your birth time. And then you get your birth time and we'll see how close I was. I love doing that. Okay. So I'm going to share my screen. My full screen. Hold on. Yeah, happy belated birthday, girl. I love that y'all are older and you are interested in the astrology. And when I say older, I'm just talking about older than me. I mean, I am, how you figure out birth time. Well, I mean, that would be cool. It would be cool if I could try to. Let's look at it. Hold on. Let me add, hold on. Let me take off. Let me add stage. Take this. Oh, no, no, no. I'm still trying to figure this out. Hell. Okay. Let's look at, oh, shoot. Hold on. Let's look at Jilly next to the transits right now. And let me get my epic pen back up. All right. Okay, so we don't know what time you're born, but I may just try to see what it is based on the current transits right now. All right. October 18th, 1962, Tampa, Florida. Is that correct? Let's see. So she just had a solar return. Her sun at a 2449 in Libra, or we don't know what it is. Let's look at Venus right now. Venus is at 2345. And so I would want to put you early in the morning right now, but we'll just keep looking at this. And I have to keep reminding myself that this is not your birth time. Let's see. This is a so trans Pluto in Leo is an 1141. So no matter what time you're born, that is going to be where you are transformed in the public eye. It's where you're transformed with kids. My trans Pluto is also in Leo. Most of our trans Plutos are in Leo. It just depends. Like the earlier, the kids being born now, they've got their obviously, their trans Pluto is in Virgo. Let me see what I can tell here. So we know that you're going to learn something. Whatever you learn, it could have to do with kids. It could have to do with publicity. It could have to do with any type of attention, school, what have you. But she is definitely going to come here and it's going to be a while. But I can tell you when, let's look at that with your chart. And then I'm going to see if I can tell. Then I'm going to tell by looking at your chart, possibly your birth time. Oh, look at that lunar node of fate. You got your south node that is conjunct Saturn. Okay. So the fate with you with astrology comes in time because Saturn, and you've been here before. So what does that mean? Like, what would that mean that you've been here before? The fate. Okay. Do you believe in a past life? If you do, then I'm going to go that route. If you don't, I'm going to go the route of this lifetime. I'm just wondering if your Juno is a 452 now, because I'm the relationship that is transforming. No. Okay. So if you don't believe in a past life, if you don't believe that you've lived before, then in this lifetime, it just takes you until you're much older, much wiser to understand the fate that you have with astrology. And it definitely comes with possibly children. When did you first stumble upon astrology? Or when did you really first start getting into it and being interested or intrigued with it? Because the groups here, what kind of emergency room nurse are you? I guess it would be, I guess if you're working in the ER, you're not working in the ER with just children. Like you're not a pediatric ER. I just want to make sure you're not in the pediatric. Yeah, in the afterlife. Okay. Okay, general. All right. Okay, gotcha. Gotcha, gotcha. Because the nurse, the nursing and that card read just a regular ER. Okay, yeah. So this is where that nursing would come in. Let's see. Let me look at it for just a minute. I'm getting sidetracked. Let's see. Is it justice coming with 459, the moon with 456? No, Leo. Because you've got to have something showing up right now. Venus has already went over 27. The dark moon. The dark moon is definitely coming to your Venus. other people's money with this relationship, I wonder. I wonder if it's this. Have you already settled the divorce? Your mom's been sick. Okay. That could be it. That could be the dark moon coming to your Venus. Let's see. Vulcan has already went over. So Vulcan out of 1719, I'm not drawing that good. Vulcan has already went over the Neptune. Vulcan is going to now come to your Venus, and that's going to be before the dark moon comes there. Mars has already went over your Venus. And so I'm wondering how that looks, how that felt, what's going on. It could have to do with death. It could have to do with things that are hidden money, other people's money, things that are okay. Does your mom? Okay, we may be getting into some personal things here, but okay, yeah, that could be. Yeah, I hate that. It's just gonna depend. I think it's gonna, whether he gets away with anything like that, but it's gonna depend on hold on, let me look at Jupiter. And she's in a different state. What state is she in? Do you mind telling me? Do you know if she has a will? She's in Alabama? Oh, okay, well, then this makes sense. Okay. Does she have a and I say that because Vulcan has already went over the state of Alabama. Does she have a will? Does she have everything tidied up with the court with the, attorneys and all that? Okay. So is your dad, is he still alive? I'm assuming so since you said my parents do. Okay. Okay, so huh, let me look at the Aries energy here. Let me look at the okay, so Venus Venus is going to come and oppose the breakup, the warring. Yeah, there's going to be warring over money for sure. There's definitely going to be warring over money. Okay, so I would definitely make sure that they have everything that is in place. Whereas, and it sounds, but we have to talk about things like this, with our parents. I've had the same conversation with my parents. Make sure, you know, that everything is in place because I've seen it so much to where, our parents or our grandparents will pass away and they leave things that are unsettled in the estate and it just goes, we go through a lot of problems. Yeah, 6 of us. Okay, yeah. So it would definitely be, okay. Hmm. Let me see. Let me look at this date with the 1141 because I wanna see what that is. Let's see what that is, 1141. Let's see where Selena that way I can compare it with your chart and see if I can get some of these degrees to line up to tell the story of your birth time. It's gonna be right there. That's November 6th. That's in the middle of the night. Are you in Florida? Yeah, it could be that 6 of swords. No, the 9 of swords. I think that that's it. Yeah. And the communications too. That ace of swords. Yes. Yeah. As a teenager. That's a beautiful thing. All right, let me go back to your this is in the middle of the night. I mean, I don't know if you're gonna learn anything in the middle of the night, but it's possible. I mean, look at that. My moon degree, that 2941, that I was just talking about with me and Josh, that's gonna be in transit in the 8th house. Interesting. Interesting, interesting. I'm wondering if this is gonna have to do with you personally because like I said, trans Pluto is more of a collective. Pluto is coming into that 128. This is coming back. We're coming back here to this conversation. And if you get a phone call in the middle of the night, if you don't, how about this? If you don't get a phone call on November 6th, I want to know about it. I want to know. There's something else happening here. There's something that you're learning. And I hope it doesn't happen. That's when my son has his vacation. And he's supposed to go out of town, and I'm not really all that thrilled about it. Let's see. Let me go back. Let me go back to your chart. There's things going on with me that day on November 6th. That's the day after the super full moon in Taurus. On the 29th. Okay. And have they had her service? My sincere condolences to you. Have they had her service? Yeah. So I'm thinking that that could be the things that were going on with the cards with the kids and the flowers, the celebration of life. I could see that too. I could definitely see that too. A lot of storms that you're going through right now, right? Just a lot of stormy water, and that's okay. That's what we go through in life. Yeah, that's what we go through. We go through things like that, but there's a weight. I'm thinking that there's just going to be this weight. There's a weight, a lot of transformation that's going to be taking place, and it could be the ceremony, yeah, the cremation or the memorial, a celebration of life. And if I had your birth time, it would be a hell of a lot better. But I'm just trying to see, like, if there's anything. Venus, okay, so when it's going to come, this is about the past. So let's look at this. This is mom. This is home. There's an expansion here with Jupiter. It could be about the courts. It could be about contracts, about the law. Her contracts, the contracts of her, could be your friend too. And I'm getting all messed up because I see Chris Proudfoot here. I see he is rising with a lot of transformation here. And it has to do with the values of Virginia at this point in time. The moon is now at a 2342. See, the Vulcan at 1151 is coming down in degree. And as soon as it comes to that 1119, it's going to oppose. There's a relationship. It's with the courts. Hmm. Okay. You'll have to keep me posted on this, what's going on, because on the 6th, we're looking back into the past right here, and there's a transformation. There's something that you are learning here. Graves' disease. Graves' disease. Okay, remind me about Graves' disease. Does it have to do with the blood? Does it have to do with the blood? Remind me of that. Tell me what that affects. Actually, I'm gonna Google it right now. Let me Google it right now. Okay, so that could be it. That could be it. That could be it, honey. How old is your son? The eyes stick out. Okay, Graves' disease. Let me look at that. Let me look at that because that could be it. It may not be the courts. Hold on. Hold on. He's 43. Neck, eyes, overactive thyroid. I don't like that. Okay, so this I'm a little, hesitant here. Let me tell you why. It's because and if you knew his birth time and if you wanted to give it to me, I could tell you if this is him or if this is your ex. I don't think you'll be awake at 12:30 in the morning. I don't think so, but let me take it a little bit further because this is what I'm seeing. And see, that would put this being in your 5th house of kids or in your 11th. This Hades at 1119 is in Taurus, okay? All the problems with money is here. All the problems with the head, the neck, the ears, the throat is right here. Actually, the ears, nose, and throat. So the ears, nose, and throat, right, is Taurus. That's medically ears, nose, and throat is Taurus. Let me pull him. Hold on. I'm just going to put him as Jilly's son. Hold on. And it's November 11th. Oh, he's got a birthday coming up. Ah, he's got a birthday coming up. 81. 10:58 a.m. Shoot. And Alabama. He was born in Alabama? What part of Alabama? Oh, Jasper. I see it now. Sorry. Roll Tide. Okay. I hope it saves it. If it doesn't, it just doesn't. I'll have to get it from you again if I were to read it again. Okay. Let's look at this. Let's look at this. I'm telling you what, Roll Tide. The games, the Tennessee Alabama game is probably the loudest, most craziest game I've ever been to. And I've always said nobody looks good in orange, even though I'm from the state of Tennessee. I love Alabama. I love them. I love going to their, okay, let's see. I could also probably tell. I bet that's a reigniting. It's a reigniting. The 308 could be the reigniting. Um, all right, let me look at this for a second. I might be quiet for a minute just because I want to look. I don't want you to worry. I don't want you to worry because it does look like it could be about the communications, talking with me, that could cause you to worry, that could cause this to show up in the future. I mean, like it's destined, right? Like when you was born or when he was born, it foresaw this, but there is a weight. There is a weight of home and of family, and it's with communications, it's with kids, it's with two. It's about how he creates. This is the communications. This would be about the breath. Does he have any kids? And this could be about his grandmother too. This could be about your mom. Let's keep looking. Let's keep looking. Because the day before the new moon on the 5th, Neptune is going to be at a 2942. So it's going to shake him up. It's going to shake him up with groups. And it's about his work, his public image. What does he do for a living? This could be about his dad, too. This could be about his dad. Where does he work? Let's see. Where's the Scorpio energy here? With a relationship at work. I see. I see. I see. Okay. So he's gonna have a hard time. Is he able to receive any benefits? There's something that's gonna shake him up, and it's about money. This is about money. Hmm. 19, 15, 57, 1654. I don't like that. Let me look at his Taurus energy. This is at home. This is mom. This is where he has his pain, and it is with money, his values. Is he straight? If you don't mind me asking, he's unlimited for 3 months. It's about to expire. And that's the problem here. I think that that's the problem. That is the problem. And yes. Hey, Chuchi. Hey, honey. Good to see ya. Good to see you. I'm wrapping up this live, but I'm really interested to know, Jilly, you can have him call me. I'll try to help him out. Had 3 relationships. Okay. There's something here though. Okay, so what we're seeing is there's gonna be a transformation. There's gonna be a transformation here. And so this is how he's bringing in money. It's how he's bringing in money, and it's with the courts. It's with the courts, and there's gonna be a transformation with it. It's coming. It's just and it's about the communications with Alabama. It's well, I'm talking about your son that is has been fired, right? This your oldest here. It's with the courts. He does write short stories. That would be right here. The communications. Let's look at that. I don't see anything. And then the physician. No, the physician's not going to be called in. 23, 25. Let me look at this. See, this is the first house. He rises in Capricorn. So he rises with responsibility, accountability, and structure. But he's been here before. Okay. He's been here before and he's going here. He's going here in the 7th house of relationships, working from home. The partnerships would be from home. So if he were to do that, and as he's done that, that's what, okay. So Uranus has just come to shake him up right here. That's what the mental, that's the mental health right there. All this Taurus energy is the Graves' disease. That's what I would see it as anyway. The moon is going to cross over his own moon of home and mom and values. It could be your mother. $117. Let's do it like this. Let's take these points off. I guess we're playing cards again tonight, babe. I guess it's just me and you. Let's do a buy will. Have you called him to see if he's going to come over tonight? Let's look at Jill's son. So the first wheel we're going to see, this is your son, your oldest son. And these are the transits that I'm looking at on the 6th, this outer wheel. So the outer wheel is this one, right? And then your son is here. So I'm going to, let's see. This is about work, justice with work, values. So the values with the courts will finally come in. It's going to be a while. It's going to be a while. The anxiety is definitely with the mental, and it shook him up. It shook him up not long ago. South Node is coming down to his Mars. Other people's money, and it's going to be a while. I think he'll get on the even keel with the benefits. But it may be after this lunar node, this south node comes over that Mars. It's going to be a while. So I don't know that I'm actually seeing, and Jupiter, Jupiter has already went over. Jupiter is at a 25-degree, and it's coming. It's going to come to that north node with relationships, with mom, with home. It's going to end up coming and expanding and bringing him luck with the quartz, possibly with the quartz, but it's going to be a while. 2550. 2550. Let's look at that. 2550. When will Jupiter get there? That's the thing. When is Jupiter going to get there? 2550. Oh shit. Jupiter's going to go in retrograde. So bless his heart. And then look at that. We're going to come back. Look at that. We're coming back to this conversation on December 8th. You and I will be coming back on this conversation. We'll be talking again about this. Interesting. We're going to talk again about this on December 8th. Bless his heart. I hate that. I hate that. This is interesting, though, because I can see, Jill, that we're going to be talking about this again. We're going to be talking about this again. So hopefully you have better news. There is a justice that's coming over that Mars with the health factor. And that's another thing, look, having this, okay, I've got Mars here too. I've got Mars in the 8th house too. And we do struggle. Okay. Mars here, it's about other people's money. I don't want to say too much. I mean, I would rather talk to you about it in private, or even him, talk to him about this Mars in private, because I have Mars in Capricorn. But Mars generally in the 8th house is about joint ventures. So joint ventures is having to do with other people's money. So like if he didn't pay taxes, or, it could be something like that. It could be something about things that would have happened in our life with, I'm not even going to say it. Because I don't know him and I don't want to air his stuff, because I don't even know. But it's definitely about being critical with his health and being scared of the unknown, because Mars in the 8th house, Mars in the 12th house, Mars it's hard for Mars to get a lot of action and a lot of strength in the Pisces house. It's also hard, even though Mars is the alleged sub-ruler of Scorpio. This is the Scorpio house, right? So Scorpio is about death, rebirth, regeneration, other people's money, things that are hidden. It's more about things that are hidden with money. And so this Mars is about health. And so he is warring with what is hidden with his health. He is worrying about that. And in order for us to understand that worry, we got to look at these aspects, right? And so we look at the aspects, and it's trining the moon. So it's in good standing with his moon. It's in good standing with his Venus. It's semi-squaring that Jupiter and the north node and the south node. So there's a minor glitch here with that Mars, with the lunar nodes of fate. And that would be with work, with trying to figure out something to do at home to make money. And the Venus being here is about The money is there. It is there, and it's going to come. It's just the way that it comes. He has to wait on. Unfortunately, that's the that's life, but, we do, Venus loves to abandon herself to the unknown. You may be consumed with pursuing a beautiful future, failing to see the beauty in the present. So, that goes back to that card, that 9 of swords, or was it the 9 of wands, where he's looking at what he's lost, but he's not looking behind him as everything that he has gained, everything that he can use to push forward, throughout out of those stormy waters. So it's also about him being shy in relationships. And if he does take on a relationship, it could be someone that is going to be older. She'd be an older woman. Maybe he would meet her at work or somewhere in a facility, an organization, but this could be the beauty, and she's going to be older. But this Mars, y'all, you got Mars in the 8th house, and it's fearful. It's fearful of the unknown and the things like she likes it here, but not Mars. Mars doesn't like to be there in the 8th house. It wars with things that are unseen, things that we don't quite understand, and it can create issues when it comes to and I do have Mars there. So I mean, I've got to, it can create issues with our sexual relations and how we need that commitment. We can't just be the fling or be the side chick, he just can't be the side dude. He's got to have a commitment. And that can also go with that Mars. We can look at Mars as taxes, not doing our taxes one year, and the tax, they call us, "Hey, where's your taxes at?" type of thing. Um, his relationships and partnerships, I mean, they've got to be loyal, and it's good for him to be in a relationship with people that maybe have kids, and it would come in time, you know. And it also, this Hygeia is also talking about unhealthy partnerships and the need to nurture, or may suffer from ill health and need care. So if he were to suffer from ill health and need care, it would be in either your home or a home. When I've seen Hygeia in Leo, what I think about is allergies. There's an allergy. Yeah. If we're talking about the health, it would be more of an allergy that would set the stage for the ears, nose, and throat. Almost like I can't call it an anaphylaxis. Did he take the jab? And I asked that because if there would be an allergy to the jab, that could create the ears, nose, and throat problems with the thyroid, because it does affect that. It affects that. Yes. Okay, he didn't. Okay, that's good. That's good. Sometimes we can develop allergies later in life that will affect the ears, nose, and throat, the pineal and all of that. So that's why I asked. But anyway, I'm going to have to jump off here. I've been on here forever. Autoimmune, yeah. I mean, autoimmune is definitely going to, so this is a square. These Hygeia, the health is squaring here. It's challenging. It's challenging here. Let me look at the immune system here, because immune system is going to be with Neptune in Sag. It will bring things into the blood. Oh, so it's square is sextile Pluto, so it's in a good standing with Pluto here. That's the quartz where he could get that money. Square Palace. So that brings him a wake-up call to investigate the things that are hidden with his health. There's Palace. So, and a good research and investigation into his health may reveal a whole lot more to him, like a whole lot more. And maybe he could even, maybe he can help himself in some way with this investigation. And I'd have to think on that. So that's going to be a square here. And then we're going to square here. That's the money. That's the money. And it's going to take a sacrifice. There's a lot of sacrifice here. There's a lot of charity. So that's another thing too. It's like, he's like, why? Okay, why? Because you're charity. We have to give to you. We have to give to you. He needs money. We have to give to him because there's Pisces right there. Dang it. I understand. I understand about the Pisces energy. We have to give. We have to give to him. We have to give to him. And then that Aries energy, this is where all the action is, and it's with the justice system. Astria, she is the divine justice of health. She is health. She is Virgo. And we're looking at the head. We're looking at the pineal. We're looking at the pineal, the pituitary. We're looking at that head. Interesting. Yeah, he can do all kinds of research to help this square out because she wants to investigate. But I mean, even though he's scared, she shakes him up enough for him to do something about it and then to research because she wants to investigate, and she wants to investigate health because she's in Virgo. And all of his action is going here to that third house. All of that action is here. There's a cardinal initiating energy. So that's where all the communications has got to come from. Lots of action with that, but at the same time, look at everything that is opposing that third house. Well, he's got to get older to write, to communicate better. Did he go to college? This is the college house. And did he go to church when he was little? He has a major transformation with college, with church. There's a major transformation that takes place. And That is what he needs to be writing about, is that education of history. Okay, that is it. Okay, so he the law, right, it would be here. Okay. The law degree would be right there. The Jupiter in Libra in the ninth house, that would be the law degree. Or it could be, okay? That could be. But but Saturn is here. So Saturn is going to bring him limits and obstacles. There's things that he's going to have to wait until he gets older for. And it's going to come with a lot of energy because Ceres is going to bring a lot of energy. But there's the communications. There's the communications there. And that's where he needs to write. That's where he's writing. Let's look at that. There's where he's going to write because he's got to, and it could be about, see, this is about foreign cultures. And so that foreign cultures would be about history, be about things that, so Mercury is dual, right? The left brain, the right brain. And using that brain, using that communications is going to alleviate that anxiety because that anxiety is coming from Mercury. It's coming from the mind. Using resources well, diving into the core matters. And it could cause him to be a warrior. Communications with you are intense. And what was that business that he helped take care of? So this right here is showing me that he could use this Mercury to shine and to shake things up with the internet, with video. Has he ever thought about putting those writings into video form? Because I listened to a guy named Robert Seffer, and he is an anthropologist, and he does videos about anthropology, and he's got like 500 something thousand subscribers. I'm just wondering if he would do well in something like that. You know, I'm wondering if he would do well with taking those writings to, because look, Uranus is critical. Uranus is critical in that 10th house. And Uranus is about astrology. It's about things that are hidden in Scorpio. It shakes things up with the mysteries. And it could be that the video, because the video and networking are there for his job. Video and networking. Video and networking. And it could be that that comes, or that it will come one day because there's going to be a relationship. It could be a reigniting of a relationship, but there's this relationship that shakes him up. And it's critical, and it's with groups. The church thing kind of, is he religious? Because this is the religious house too. It's not just about it's the philosophy house. It's about immigration. It's about other cultures. It's about religion, though. This is your philosophy house. It's also about grandparents. It's also about grandparents, and there is definitely a transformation. Oh yeah, if he studied religion and I mean, then he's a deep thinker like me. If he is studying all that and had his major in history and he went to thinking about the law, thinking about this, that Mercury though, that's what I feel like talking, videos, networking related to history, the law and religion is where it's at for him. But it may not just be writing, okay? Because he's got Uranus here, and Uranus is critical. And that Uranus, hold on, that Uranus is going to be coming into fruition on November 5th, and it's going to shake him up. So it could have something to do with this conversation. I don't know. You can have him watch this part. I don't know. But there is definitely things that are going to come and shake him up. And there would be things that, yeah, I would definitely want to talk to him in private about some of this stuff. But wow, I appreciate you sharing with me your son. I mean, he seems like a wonderful man, and he's going through a lot. And unfortunately, the money side that I can see with his chart is charity. And it is. I mean, that's where the values are. That's where the money is. You know, it's with that. And so how can he receive through his wonderful gift of gab, especially with his writing? How can he receive monetary value through donations? Because at this point, that could be what he's looking at. You know, he what he could be looking forward to is to try to figure out how to bring in money through this charity. And it sucks. I mean, I shine in Pisces. I communicate with Pisces. My Venus is in Pisces. It's hard. And I'm doing all of that in the 11th house. And the 11th house is how you bring in money. How we bring in money in that 11th house is also right here. That 11th house is how we bring in money. That's how we bring in a paycheck. But look, there's Neptune, the ruler of Pisces. And it's how can we use that degree, right? Because that degree is found here. The challenge is here, right here in this second house. So the second house, it squares up, right? We're challenged. All of us are. We're challenged. It's a square. How can we how can we bring in money? It says okay, so it's there. So the dispositor is, yeah. So it's Neptune. That's the dispositor, and that's the problem that he's having. Excuse me. Is how can he bring in money right there with that degree? Or with it may not even be with the degree, it's just what he has learned so far and how he can use this Saturn to take that learning. And now that he's older and he's got these issues going on with Neptune and the charity right here. I don't know. I think he could make me, yeah, I mean, of course he can. He definitely could. I'm just thinking, what about that? We could meet somebody. He could meet somebody. Where's the dark moon? Because the dark moon is going to come over. The dark moon has already come over that Vesta. There's a disordered aggression with work. Then he's going to get this relationship. Then he's going to get shaken up, and it's critical about money. And that is what happens, right? That's what happens with us. We get shaken up, we get pushed out of our comfort zone because we are called to do something else. We are called to do something greater, right? So we'll just have to see. We'll have to see how this plays itself out with him. I'm definitely interested, and I hope that you will keep me posted. Please do keep me posted. I'm very interested. And I'm not just saying that. I mean, I am. I'm very interested to see what's what. And this Neptune is going to come down on the 4th, on the full moon in Taurus, and it's going to come down and it's going to shake him up with groups, with money, and he's in Alabama. He's in Alabama. Hmm. Let's look at that. There's things going on with Alabama then. It's not just, let's see. I'm not even gonna look at it. I'll look at it the day of. On the full moon, let's recap. Let's recap. The full moon is going to be on the 5th. There is a transformation with you on the 6th. It may not be that big of a deal that you even notice. So we'll see. We'll just be an observer, be a watcher, you know, we'll watch it. Yes, November 5th is when he could have a shakeup. And on November 6th, we should be able to see it. We should be able to talk about it. Okay. So we've got some time between now and then. We've got, 4 days, right? So 4 or 5 days, and we will regroup about that. And I mean, I know I'll see you in the chats and stuff, but on those days, let's regroup and let's try to figure it out. Yeah, yeah, we'll definitely talk it out. We'll talk again. And I appreciate you, babe. I really do. I really do. And I hope that I've shown you just how much that I appreciate you. You're a sweetheart. Thank you. So I'm going to just close this out now since, nobody else has asked to have a reading today. But I hope that people will, jump on board because I think that this is going to be really cool. Love you too, babe. I think that this is going to be really cool to do this once a week and to, you know, we can even get more close. We get closer. I can get closer to my chat. And I think that this will help show that astrology is a tool for psychology. It is really to help us. It always has been, it always will be. I really enjoyed it too. I did. Love you too, Jeff. Thank you for supporting me. Jeff is always supporting me, talking it away. I could be talking for hours and he's like, go for it, Jen, go for it. He's a good one. Great support. I have great support with all of you, even those that are in the bushes. I appreciate it. I appreciate staying in the bushes, whatever. Stay in the bushes if you want. But I do hope that we can just start doing this every week and we can get to know one another a little bit better and we can see how astrology is such a great tool. It's such a great tool, especially for those of us that are going through so much shit, and we just need some answers, just a little bit of something. Can we get something? Can you tell me why this is a pattern? Can you tell me why this is happening all the time? Can you tell me why this is, I'm going through this pain? Whether it be medically, I'm not a medical professional. I can look at astrology and really understand because I've had sick kids. I've loved looking at the medical. I've always loved looking at the medical. Oh, thank you, Cinderella. I appreciate you, babe. I do. I do. I do. How much do I say a reading is? Well, if you do the weekly read, I'm going to do it for the same price. Like I'll do a tarot for 25 and then I'll take a question and answer for 45. If you wanted to do a private reading, a 2-hour private reading on the phone, that's 120. That's found in my stand store. You would have to book a session through my stand store. But each week I'm going to be doing this and we can just have some fun and do sometimes it might not be so fun. Maybe you need some healing and you need to cry a little bit. We need to talk about the death of your child or something like that. I get it. I get it. And I think that, sometimes we just can't afford that 120 bucks. I mean, I know a lot of women, they'll go and pay that 120 bucks for their hair, but they ain't going to pay that for the inner. But you could. It's well worth it. And I'm very reasonable with my 2-hour readings. And I'm very reasonable with my question and answer because it's going to be more than that because I can't shut up. I can't shut up. My mom used to tell me you would talk to yourself. And I do. I'll talk in my sleep. I'm talking to myself in my sleep. I wake up talking to myself. Thank you, Hope Floats. Thank y'all. I love it too. I love it so much I can't shut up. I just can't stop. Can't stop talking about it. Can't do it. All right, guys, I'm going to jump off here. If nobody else wants a reading, I'm going to give you all a few more minutes. But if nobody else wants a reading, I am going to jump off here. I think so too, Jeff. I'm amazing. Yeah, I will. I'll give you everything you paid for and then the rest of the story. The hybrid astrologer. Phonograph needle. Wow. Vaccinated with the phonograph needle. I've never heard that. I've never heard that. Have you, Jeff? Well, you know what? I was telling Ann too that, each week that I come live, I will definitely start doing, like taking one free and doing something do you know your birth time? Do you know your birth time? If not, I could always do a free cross of truth for you too. And I think that once a week I need to start doing something like that, you know? And I think, when you go to the drive-through and you pay it forward, people, I would like to see people doing that as well in chat where we pay it forward and for, to gift someone a cross of truth or to give someone a card read or a astrology read, something like that. But until I can get that going, until I can get more people going with it, I'll do that. I'll gift it forward. Yeah, they are great listeners. But you would need, for astrology, you really want to know your birth time and it's found on your long form birth certificate. If you don't have your long form birth certificate, then what you want to do is you want to go to the Department of Human Services. You want to fill out their little paper. You'll be in and out in no time. You'll give them 15 bucks and you'll walk out of there with your birth time, with your long form birth certificate, not the short form, the long form. Yeah, they are. They are. They are so great. The hybrid astrologer. That is so funny, Jeff. He just came out. He's like, I know. You're the hybrid astrologer, Jen. You know, you really are. I hope you do. I really do. I hope you do. I think that you're gonna connect more to your son. I think you would be maybe 1, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, maybe 3 or 4. I think you're gonna connect to your son's Mercury. I think that's how it's gonna go down. Would I do a payment plan for the mapping or birth chart? I think it costs a few $100s. Could we pay in bits once total reached, have it done? Of course you can. Yes, I've definitely had that done. If you're looking to do a mapping, so the map, what you're talking about is I would create the map and then I would read the map. Actually, the map is going to be read for you with my notes. But the birth chart, it's like, okay, so if you want to do a birth chart reading, that's 120. If you want to do the mapping reading, that's where we'll really get into because I think that that would be instead of doing like a separate birth chart reading, you don't want to do that. You just want to pay for the mapping, for the reading of the map, because I'm going to read the birth chart in there anyway, right? I'm going to read it in there anyway. But yeah, you can make payments. Yeah, you sure can. If my stand store, I'm trying to think if I know I've had payment plans before. I don't know if my stand store allows that. You could try it, but if not, then you would just, use the Cash App to make the payments. And then once the payment is done, then we could do that. Yeah. I think that would be really cool. Yeah. And you could also, that's also you know, a Christmas gift. That would be a good Christmas gift, and you would always have it. So the map, the maps that I've created for other people that are not missing, they absolutely love it. They absolutely love it, and they are astounded by what it shows. And then if you wanted to use that map, say in the future, if you wanted to move, you're going to know which lines you're going to, and you can make that assessment with a lot of insight. Instead of the hindsight, you're going to have a lot of insight into where you could move without it being so troubling, right? Because when we move away from our birthplace, I was born in Nashville, but where I've moved is my north node. I've moved and I didn't realize this because I wasn't even looking at it in that perspective. I was going through so much. But when I moved, I was moving on my north node conjunct Mars in Capricorn in the 8th house. And it's where I become a hermit and more. But I'm just saying, without getting all into my 8th house, it's definitely it's it's fate. I moved on a fated line and is where I'm going in this lifetime. I'm going toward mastering the work of the esoteric wisdom. What is esoteric wisdom? It's the ancient language of astrology. To me, for me, it's the ancient language. It's esoteric is things that are hidden, it's those studies that are hidden. Yeah, layaway readings. Do layaway. You are so sweet. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I think we all have things that we are, you know, Pain will push you into a corner, it'll make and break you. And I think that the pain that I've went through has transformed me into something greater than I ever thought, but it comes with a lot of pain in itself. Because a lot of people would rather listen to silly stuff, things that don't matter, drama. Drama sells. When we're working with our inner self to be a better outer self, it takes time and it takes work. And I think a lot of people would rather look good and feel good on the outside than working on that inner. Earlier I asked you guys to say hello to Kendra. Kendra was one of the first girls that I read a long time ago. And she's been through a lot, a lot. She was going through a lot at the time. And I tell you what, all with her and all her mess at that time, she went for it and she worked on that inner and she completely transformed her life. Astrology readings can completely transform your life, especially if you have someone, they say that a good dog handler a good dog is only as good as their dog handler. Well, a good reading is only as good as that astrologer. And a lot of times they don't use all the tools that are available to them and are there that are right in their face, like I wonder a lot, why do astrologers not use the degrees? They're right in their face. Why are they not seeing these patterns show up time and time again? Are they so programmed into thinking that it's only the sign that we're looking at? I mean, we talk about the degrees, like the full moon in Taurus. Astrologers will talk, it's coming at a 13 degree. Or they'll say it's coming at a 13 degree in 22 minutes. But a lot of times you're not even going to hear what the degree is. Well, I want to see what the degree is. Who is it hitting? You know, who is this going to be transforming in a big way? So, it's just we all do things different. We all do things different, but I appreciate you guys. I really do. I do put a lot into it. Jeff says the same thing. I mean, and I'm glad that y'all noticed that. I am really glad that y'all noticed that because throughout my life, I have had friends that I think that they're my friends and I give a lot to them. Like my mod April, she can spot somebody and she's like, "Oh, Jen, you need to be wary of that person. You need to be wary of this person." And it's not anybody that would be just in chat. It's just people that I would talk to in general. But sometimes I just give people the benefit of the doubt and I think that they're all for me when they're really not. And I get taken down. Like I get so sad. And I think, wow, my work isn't touching the people that I would like. I'm just not touching enough people. I want to touch more people with this work. I think it's a beautiful thing. I've given so much. Please, can somebody just see that there is greatness in the work that I'm doing? And it's been really hard. I'm on TikTok and it's more, I guess, more people on TikTok like astrology, but that's not the challenge. I want the challenge of the YouTube. I like the challenge of the YouTube. And for you guys to see that there's a lot of compassion, that my heart and my soul is into this, it really means a lot to me. And I would love to just keep you in my back pocket. That way, when I feel sad or I don't feel like I'm doing good enough, I can take you out and you can talk to me. Well, yeah, I do. I go all in every time. And I'm like, "Oh, they like me. They like me." And it's not with my work. Okay, so let me just tell you. It's with people that I may collaborate with. And I'm not talking about anybody in particular, like Lady Freedom, love her. So I'm not talking about her. I'm not talking about Seth. I'm not talking about anybody, you know, that you guys would know. It's just other people that I would collaborate with, and I think that they are all about my work, all about this, all about that, and then the next thing you know, and Jeff thinks they're jealous. Jeff thinks that they're just jealous. I don't, Todd is asking me if I'm up for a challenge. What kind of challenge? What kind of challenge we talking about, Todd? With your race car background? What kind of challenge? I mean, that's why I'm on YouTube. If I wanted the easy, I would definitely be on TikTok. But I like the challenges of the YouTube because there's not a lot of people. There's just try to figure out what is going on in your head. Dang it. If I was a psychic, whoo, man, I could do it. Maybe. What's going on in your head? Well, what's going on in your head as you are trying to figure out if I'm going to bite? How about that for the knowledge? You're sweet. Yeah, yeah. I mean, sometimes we do get taken for a ride. People see our kindness as weakness for sure. And sometimes I want to come back. I want to jump. I want to react, but I have found in my latter years that doing that isn't so it doesn't make me feel good. It's not going to make me feel any better. Even if I were to even if I were to be very polite, if somebody doesn't appreciate me, why would I give them another word, another moment of time? I shouldn't, right? You know? You're a Pisces, so I'm a Pisces, so I have a sense. Do ya? Do you got a sense? I'm a Pisces too, Todd. I have a sense too. I have a sixth sense. But sometimes that sixth sense gets me in trouble. And sometimes that Piscean energy, it just doesn't allow me to see things or people for who they really are. You know? And they just and if you're a Pisces, then you have to agree with that. You have to agree with that because sometimes you just give, 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 give until you're just gived out. Thank you, Kitty. I appreciate that, babe. I appreciate that. I do. It took me, it takes me a while. It takes me a while to get over friendships. So I so you are psychic. Yeah, funny. Yeah. I'm very intuitive. I'm just not that intuitive when it comes to people taking advantage of me. There's times that I can see right through it. I guess it's just, My hope, the hope of people being good, the hope of people being genuine, maybe that's it. Maybe my hope stands in the way of really intuiting the fact that that person really isn't for me. They're really not down. They ain't down for me, you know? You're Leo? Oh, yeah. I mean, Leos are very, yeah, I mean, I could see that, kitty catty. Do you know what you rise with? Because your rising sign, okay, so I can say I'm a Pisces, right? I'm a Pisces. I shine with Pisces, but where I rise is my life path. Where I rise is Gemini. So I'm more like a Gemini. The rising sign is how you are presenting yourself to the world. You give, and give. Yeah. I mean, yeah. We Pisceans tend to do that. We give a lot. We give a lot. And sometimes just to a fault. Sometimes to a fault. Do we want to just stay in that, do we want to stay in that dreamy state where we're thinking that people are so so different? We're just giving them too much. You're a Sag riser? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Gotcha. So yeah, I mean Sagittarius rising, well, that's what Jeff rises with as well. He's a Sag riser. Sagittarius rising. What is your moon, Todd? Yeah. We do go through tough lessons. We definitely do. We go through tough lessons, and they are for our benefit. They're for our benefit. Yeah, true friends don't want anything from you. They just wanna spend time with you or share. Yeah. Yeah. Scorpio and rising Sag. Jeff's moon is Pisces. Aries moon. Well, how was your mom growing up? Because the moon is going to reflect the mother, our home, the things that we reflect on. The Sag rising is definitely about, like with Jeff, he works with electrical. The Sagittarius energy is about that higher learning, so he had to get those degrees, that licensing, that learning in order to understand electrical. Sag likes to mentally explore. Well, the strict Aries obviously, is she could have been impatient, right? She could have been impatient. She wanted what she wanted at that time. She didn't want to wait. If she told you to do something, she wanted it done. She would have wanted you to be independent and not always riding on her to understand, your emotions. Kitty, you got to know your birth time. You're an Aries. Aries likes to Aries likes to jump. My daughter is an Aries. She likes to, well, I mean, look, my daughter's an Aries. So let's just say this. She rises in Capricorn and her Aries creates action that she really doesn't play the tape through. She won't play the tape through because Aries is, a cardinal energy. So this cardinal energy is an initiating, it initiates action. So she has had an Aries is about the head. She has had a concussion. She still deals with this concussion because she had a wreck when she was 14, her and my son. And once she got that concussion, she still deals with it to this day. That was a long time ago. But the Aries, she'll make plans, but she wants to make plans well in advance. She initiates that action. She's very impatient. And so when I look at an Aries moon, I think about being impatient. They're not patient. They want what they want. They want it now. And that's just the way it is. Well, strict. Dang. Well, I tell you what, that 10th house would show that. Your 10th house would show that. Definitely would show that, honey. I know, right? You want everything yesterday. You don't want to wait. You want what you want and you want it now. You don't want to wait. And you're saying, I will spend the money, right? If I don't do this. Same with her. If she wasn't giving, she's wanting to save for Christmas for her daughter, right? But she is making herself give her dad $200 a paycheck. That way, when Christmas comes around, she has Christmas money. Otherwise, she wouldn't have no Christmas money because she's gonna spend it. She's gonna spend it. As soon as she gets it, she's gonna spend it. She's gonna be, "Oh, I want this." She's not gonna play the tape through. She's not gonna think about Christmas. "Oh, I want it and I want it now." Right? Yeah, correct. So the impatient and the mothers that want you to be independent, that's where you get that Aries moon. You have a lot of planets in the 4th house. So you have a stellium plus. What do you have in the 4th house? And have we met before? I've never seen you in here, but I'm glad that you're here and I'm glad that you know about your chart. I welcome you. I hope you have subscribed because I do lives all the time. I mostly talk about the missing, looking at maps, but each week I'm going to start doing this. It burns a hole. Oh my gosh. Yeah, girl, you can. You can do that layaway, that payment plan. And if you have cash out, just start doing the cash app. And then when you got it, we got it. And I'll even start working on it as soon as you start. If as soon as you send me that first payment, I'll just start working on it and I'll link you to it. And I think that that will help you get really excited about getting it complete. You know what I mean? Yeah, Todd. What planets do you have in that 4th house? And where is your moon? So if your moon is in Aries, where is that moon? Lots of action. How much for what, babe? The weekly reading I'm gonna do is going to be a question and answer, and of course, I've got the gift of gab, so it'd probably be, an extension of an extension. But, the weekly readings that I'm gonna do are 45, and then the cross of truth with the tarot. If you wanted that, that's 25. But you need to know your birth time, and your birth time is gonna be on that long form birth certificate, not the short form, the long form. Yes, ma'am. Women's Warrior is talking about getting she's talking about getting a map. She wants to get a map. She wants me to create a map, which is really cool. I love reading the maps to people. Oh, yeah, I definitely understand. I definitely understand. I love Aries. I love my Aries. Moon is in the 4th house too, so you've got a stellium with the moon. What other planets you got there? Wow. I'm anxious to know, Todd, when you moved out, or were you kicked out? Did you move out or were you kicked out? I hope that you didn't have a terrible child. I'm just saying. I'm just wondering. Did you get kicked out or did you move out with that moon in the 4th house? Yeah, I think they are. I mean, Women's Warrior, she's seen it. She has definitely seen it. The maps are wow, like they just blow you away. When I'm a member of astrocartography on Facebook, but y'all, their astrocartography stuff has no comparison to what I do. There's no comparison. They flip their wig. They would flip their wig if they saw the work that I do with mapping. They would flip it. Okay, you did move out. Okay. Did you move out at 18? Just curious. Curious because that moon is going to want you to be definitely, especially in the 4th house, because if your 4th house is Aries, and it could be, it may not be a 4th house Aries, but let's just say, it could be a Pisces, and then your other, your planets and the luminary is Aries. But if it was Pisces, then we would be having another conversation about that Piscean 4th house. But if your 4th house is Aries, then I can see, huh? I don't know why. Surely, no, 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 no. You wouldn't have Pluto there. No, 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 no. That Aries moon, 19, went to college. Gotcha. Okay, so I was thinking you would have left 17 or 18. So yeah, that's not too bad. That's not too bad. 19, going to college. Yeah. That Sag is having you go to college, right? That Sag rising. Did you graduate with a degree? And that Sag rising, it makes me wonder, were you close to your grandparents? Were you close to that grandparent, that grandfather, that grandmother? That was like your nurturing. I think so too. I think that they're amazing. They line up and they tell a story. And that story, it's like, how does it do that? Kitty, we all have, babe. We've all made some mistakes. All made some mistakes, for sure. You're a mama's boy? Well, to have an Aries moon, I wonder how that moon is aspected. because that would definitely an Aries moon would definitely have your mom be strict. Definitely have her be strict, but you must appreciate that, and you must reflect and look back and go, "Dang, I really like how she schooled me," you know? That's good to know. That's good to know. Wow. Made you quit school to go to work. Well, you must have a good work ethic. Maybe you've got a good work ethic now. He calls me the hybrid astrologer. I'm a hybrid. I'm like, "Dang, I'm a hybrid?" I think that the tool of astrology is a beautiful thing when we use it to self-help or to just go deeper. We can go deeper with that spiritual side because we're all going to have a spiritual side to us, right? Yeah, that's definitely yeah, you wanna be independent. She wanted you to be independent of her. She wanted you to be independent of her and not rely so much on her. Independence. That's a good thing. Yeah, we definitely all make mistakes. I think I've made some big ones too. I mean, I can look at my past relationships and go, "Oops, oops, oh my god, and oops. Oops, rose, backtrack, what happened here?" I think that I was pretty good with parenting. I mean, I could have done a lot of things a lot different. I wish I wasn't so hard on my kids. At times, I wish I wasn't so easy on them. I think that my regrets mostly are with my relationships, the men that I've allowed to come into my life and the friends. Yeah, we have oops. Girl, I've got some oops. Like what happened? What just happened? Oops, can we go back? Can we pretend we haven't met? Oh my god. I'm so sorry. I hate that. So not only was he a racist, but he made you go to work and he kept your check and your tips. Well, he was living high on the hog, wasn't he? Dang. Dang. Yeah, we need to know your birth time, kitty. All you got to do is just get your birth time from the birth certificate, the long form birth certificate. Yeah, it's terrible. Babysitters. Yeah. Having to have babysitters. Yeah, that sucks. But we have to do what we've gotta do. We've got to do what we've gotta do sometimes, and it's not always what we wanna do, it's just what we have to do. My mom worked a lot. She definitely worked a lot, but I was able to stay with my grandmother, my cousins. I had a great childhood. I did. Yeah, it does sound like a boy playing game. Yeah. I would be interested in just doing this every week and seeing how we can get more people. My gosh, yeah. Unbelievable. Well, Kitty, my heart goes out to you, babe. It really does. I think that doing this every week may help us. It could definitely look. The tool of astrology is a psychology that can help us heal and push that pain forward into something much greater, much greater. Do great things with it, do great things with that freaking pain, man. Moon, Saturn, Venus. Is your south node or your north node Chiron in the fourth house? Todd, just give me your birth time. Just give it to me. Let's get into something. Let's get into a little something here. The moon, Saturn. So you got your mom and dad, your values, and either your north node or your south node conjunct Chiron in the fourth house. That's a big one. All in Aries? All in Aries. Like we need to know if this is all in Aries or what. And is that fourth house Aries or is it Pisces? Like let me know. Let me know because I'm interested. I'm interested here. Is that why you said do you you want a challenge? Is that why you asked? Dang. What city and state? Because you got some deep, deep stuff going on. That's deep, I think. You know? And maybe being a dude, maybe you think it's not as deep as I'm thinking that it is, but it definitely feels very deep. I mean, we know that moon is all about your emotions and how your mom would want you to be emotionally independent of her. You may have had, Venus being there, conjunct Saturn, man. Well, you would have to, I mean, what city in Maine? Um, the Venus there, that's going to make, it could definitely make you impulsive with spending money, with relationships. But it could be that Saturn is going to slow you down with the emotional side. I'm just wondering here. I'm just wondering. I just want to pull it real quick. Let me what city in Maine? And you don't, if you wanted to get like a $45 reading next week, you need to join me back here. Join me back here and I'll save your chart. And we could get into a question and answer. I don't know what kind of question you would want answered, but man, I could get into it. I'm gonna write down your birth details just in case you decide that you are up for a challenge. Because, honey, I'm here. I am here. And that's Todd in Maine. Don't know what city. We don't have our birth time on our certificate in UK. Only if we are multiple births, they put the time of birth on the certificate written down, register, but they don't put it on there. Oh my God! So how are you going to find the birth time? How are we going to do that, women's warrior? Mexico, Maine. Are you still in Maine? What's it like in Maine? What is it like all the way up there? in Maine. Cold. Oh, you do know your birth time. Okay, good. I was like, "Oh my god, how are we gonna do this?" That's crazy that they don't put that there. I'm about to pull your chart, Todd. I just wanna see I just wanna see. Let's see. February 19th. February, baby. 1969. 1969. I love the car. The 1969 Chevys. Let's see, 1:30 a.m. I was born in 73. I like the 73 too, but 1:30 a.m. Mexico, Maine. Yep, you sure do, Rising Sag. You sure do. Oh, oh. Let me look at I've got only 19 points. Let's look at all of it. Let's look at all of it. So you do Rising Sag. Let me look. Let me look. Oh, ah, hold up. Hold up. Hold up here. Pulling old Todd up. November 1st. You restoring paint cars. Well, there you go. There you go. I love the antiques. I definitely do. Oh my gosh. Have you ever been to, let me ask you this. Have you ever been to Mexico? Have you ever been to Israel? I'm just wondering. You you and I connect with your moon, obviously. You and I connect with your moon. So your fourth house is Pisces. Your fourth house is Pisces. There was some information that you just learned. I don't know if it would be this live or if it would be something else, but it's no, no, no. You haven't, then you connect. You're just connecting with me then and how I teach astrology. Hmm. Because these connections that we have, these degrees in our chart, the way that I teach astrology is this. The degrees in our chart literally matter in the state of matter. And so when I read a chart, I'm going to look at the degrees first, and then I'm going to look at the signs, and then I'm going to implement the more traditional, reading, right? And so with you, there's definitely some information that you were receiving yesterday. It was transformative. I would say it's yesterday. Let me look. Let me look. This would be yesterday, I think. Let me look at the transits right now and then backtrack it. Hold on. I'm going to backtrack it with you just to see when this could have been. And it was a 24-hour transit with information that you're receiving. I'm curious because, no, that's not yesterday. Hold on. Could have been about Halloween. I don't know. No, it would have started. Yeah. Hold on. It would have started. Let me go back days here. You've received something. You've received some information. There's information that was coming in. And it would have started around, let's see, where is it at now? Okay, it would have started around the 27th. No, we're into the 28th now. October 28th. So it would have started October 28th. This information that you received, it's about things of the past. Could be a certificate. I mean, it could be something very minute, but then that that let off of you, it lasted for a couple of days. But this information, there's things that you were learning. And this would have it would have let off maybe it lasted for a couple of days, the 31st, in the middle of the night. So that energy would have left you. Then Friday morning, whatever you learned, maybe you did something with that information. I don't know. Yesterday was a rough day. Yeah. So the information that you had coming in, that's what it was. Is it something that you learned? Is it something that you learned? This could be about communications. It could have had to do with two people. What is next? What's next? What's coming? I don't know. I don't know. I'd have to read it. I really have to get into it and look at it. Interesting. You know, I hmm, it depends on, let me look. Because that was, it lasted a couple of days. And it was with information that was coming in that you were receiving. And it's, it's not just information that comes in, it's also information that you give. Yeah, you learned a lesson. Yeah. Yeah. I think you might have learned a lesson, but the energy is left. It's going to come back. It'll come back around. It will come back, but it's not going to come back for a while. Let me ask you this. Do you paint cars for someone else or do you do it for yourself? Like, when you say that you restore cars, are you restoring antique cars? This is information here. Information. Let's see. Let me look at you one more time here because it looks like you got a lot going on. Looks like you got a lot going on. Jeez Louise, man. Both? Yeah. Okay. I asked that because my children's dad, we were together for about 17 years, and that's what he does. He paints cars and he restores cars. So I know a lot about that. And just talking about it, I can smell Bondo right now. I can smell some Bondo. You're gonna have a lot of energy. You got a lot of energy that is going to come to this connection that we have with your moon, with home, with mom, with this recollection of the information. Let's see. When you are When you're feeling stressed out, I could be wrong, but if you feel stressed out, then you need time on your own. You need time to sit with it. I don't know how easy that is for you to do, is to sit with it, but that Aries moon wants me to sit. It wants me to sit with it. Whatever it is that you were just shaken up with, I want I want you to sit with it. Yeah. I smell it every day. Yeah. I can smell that Bondo. You also connect with me with my Mars in the 8th house. It's a 2120, and that's where you're balancing yourself right now. It's not even in transit right now, but just being connected with me with this channel, it would be balancing. It could balance you. Hold on just a second. Hold on. Y'all give me 1 second. Hold on. You spend a lot of time alone. Sorry about that. Okay, so that Aries moon makes you want to spend time. Okay, I'm just saying, I think that I definitely think that you need to either come back next week when I do another live and let me read you like I am right now, except let me go into depth with it. Or consider a 2-hour on the phone reading with me where I take you through the whole chart. And maybe that will really balance you right now because there's a lot. And I see it coming right back. I see that there's things that are going to come back. So, and I'm not just saying that. I'm not just saying that to get your business. I'm being for real. Like, I think that I think we need to have a private reading. That's what I think. But I'm more than happy to read you on live too. You know, I could really go into depth here, but I've already been live for so long and I'm feeling intensity here now that I've seen your whole chart. I'm feeling some intensity here. I think we need to talk about it. I do. I think we need to talk on the phone and get some you know, get some more details squared out because I'm not sure what you've just been what the lesson, quote lesson that you've just learned, but I like to know. I'd like to know exactly what it was and to if you needed any help with like pushing forward and getting out of your comfort zone. You know, I think we need I just yeah. I can see that Mars has just returned to your natal Mars in the 12th house. Mars is going to be coming over your Neptune in the 12th house. So yeah, I think we need to talk. We need to get that talked about. And it could be something that I'm seeing that it's not really there, but and I'm going to save this time too because I want you to I want you to, if we stay connected, I want you to see when we first started talking about your astrology and what was going on right, today. But this moment is going to be a default. You can look at it yourself, and I'm going to write it in the chat right now because you may want to look at it. It's 7:37:48 p.m., but my default is Nashville, Tennessee time. So that's what you would want to pull. I just put it in the chat, and I'm gonna write this down too. 7:37:48 p.m. I rise at 7:38. Just saying. So this was November 1st, 2025. Yeah. All right. You're gonna like this. I'm telling you, you'll like this chart. But you've got to look at the degrees. You got to look at this is cool. I love doing this. I freaking love it. I just love it. Love, 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 love it. I love astrology. Okay, guys, I've got to shut up. I've got to get off here. I appreciate each and every one of you throughout this 4 hour, almost 5 hour live. I'm so happy, Todd. Glad to have met you. We're buds now. I appreciate each and every one of you. Y'all are wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. And I will be back. I'll be back, I'm sure, tomorrow talking about these kids' cases. Talking and talking, talking, talking. Good night, Jilly B. I love you, girl. I love you guys. Thank you so much. I'm ending it right now. Bye.